and the Knights don't get a wicket here, the score could get
A little bit out of hand.
yeah, if you could call it that.
Seeing a lot of variation in pace for Jacques Neyman, and while we're talking about it, it's probably what brought the wicket of Vian Libbe in his previous over. Darted 3 of them in really quickly, tossed it up in that last delivery of the over, inviting Libbe to throw his hands.
Tristan Stubbs, also a really good hockey player at school level, if I'm not mistaken. It is something you see regularly, is good cricket players being good hockey players, especially good batsmen. Short and wide to start proceedings, and almost a mix-up in the middle, but a bit of untidiness to start off here from the ITEC Knights, as there's an overthrow and a bit of a fumble and a rather unkind throw back to the keeper, so not the ideal start, but one would like to think that they'd like to pull it back now.
Saw the same thing happen after the first drinks break as well, as Alfie Matoa continues. A little bit more stumps focus this one, negotiated by Tristan Stubbs.
To get back to that discussion we had about the total they'd be looking to, I do feel if Stubbs bats through here, they get well in excess of 300 here. If he bats through, he's scoring a big 100. That's a fact. But if they can get him out here, I feel the Knights are in the hunt here.
One's given a wide. And what he's done very well, Tristan Stubbs, is that he's played within himself. He's been contained in his approach. Saw him come down the wicket early in his innings to Jacques Neyman, punching the ball over the offside. Haven't really seen too much of an excessive charge from him since then.
It's been really a mature innings, or maybe trying to prove that he's more than just a hitter.
That has done a lot.
That moved a lot. Tua rolling his fingers across that one, over that one, getting it to cut away. The old traditional leg cutter.
You're facing a leg spinner who's bowling 130 kilometers an hour at you. That's not fair for any batsman.
But the bad thing about bowling this good is you're bowling too good. You're beating the bat by too much. So well bowled nonetheless by Tua.
He's done it again, and he's just beaten the outside edge, and as Vian just said, too good from Alfie Matoa.
he saw him, he came slightly more wide of the crease there, which with that big movement coming from wider of the crease creates a huge angle. It's making it seem like it's moving a hell of a lot when it's straightening, and that one almost taking the outside edge would have been ideal for the Knights.
Slightly wide of the wicket again, targeting the stumps. A bit of pressure on here, and it's another well-taken single. It's a part of his game that he's gotten really right, has Sinek Dashila, is that movement between the wickets. All wicket keepers very well known for being able to get around in the middle.
Tristan Stubbs forcing Kishila to get the skates on there. But yeah, Kishila definitely one of the more tidy wicket keepers we have. If you look at just being a gloveman, pure gloveman, he's one of the better around the circuit. Batting wise,
He's got a bit of work to do. He'll look to try and prove himself today. If these two can see themselves well into the 40th, 42nd, 43rd over, we'll look to see Tristan Stubbs kicking on from there.
as we see an end to the 34th over, the score now 169 for 3.
More surprises for the ITEC Knights as Michael Pretorius does continue. Wouldn't be surprised to see it. This is his last over before going into bowl at the death. Again, bowling with 4 fielders out behind the bat. It gives you the impression that that is the area that he's going to look to hit, that hard back of the length and short area. Or a deep square leg, fine leg, third man and a sweeper. Continuing with just a 3 on the offside inside the ring and 2 in front of the bat on the leg side at mid-wicket, Patrick Kruger and Mulelo Putaza at mid-on. Pretorius comes in again. Back of a length, bowled hard into the wicket. Looking to squeeze out a couple of dot balls here are the ITEC Knights. More families making their way into the ground at the Mangawong Oval. Pretorius continues. It's short and it's slapped over mid-wicket by Tristan Stubbs. Again with those hands that are so flashy and so quick to move. It takes the Dafabet Warriors to 173 for 3 and takes his own score up to 44. The 40s have been a very dangerous place for the Warriors batsmen today. But Tristan Stubbs really kicking on here for the Warriors. Rocked back and punched it over his hips, off of his hips rather. As Pretorius continues, finds that 4th stump line. Pretorius continues. Oh, that one's taken off nasty on length and bit of glove, bit of helmet. It's gotten a bit of everything, that ball. Tristan Stubbs looks to be okay. The umpires will just double check and make sure that he is in fact alright. Given the protocol of the game, we'll probably have his physios coming onto the field just to do a bit of a check to see that he's alright, and I'll ask him the full scope of questions. Very little movement though coming off of the Warriors dugout.
that one just taking off a bit of a length. Miguel Pretorius has been hitting the deck hard today. He hasn't had much success so far. He's into his 8th. He's gone for 50 already. No wickets. So it hasn't been the best of days according to his standards, I'd guess.
It speaks a lot to bowling partnerships. He hasn't quite looked the same without a Joel Coetzee running in on the other end. And take nothing away from Pretorius as Stubbs finds the gap. It's just knowing what your bowling partner on the other end is going to do and how to complement him and how you guys complement each other when you build up your bowling partnership. The single brings about an end to the over, 174 for 3.
Yeah, and the thing is, bowling partnership is about roles. And the thing is, if you have a shuffling of players the whole time, like we have seen, it creates a bit of uncertainty about your role, because the thing is, Pretorius might be the more line and length consistent type when Gerald Coetzee is playing, because Coetzee is aggressive and hard hitting lengths and quick, and now that he's not playing, it might be a bit of what must I do now? Must he take the spearhead role now, bowl quicker and shorter and be more aggressive? I think that might be a problem.
We've seen him fall into that role a little bit today, back of the length, hitting the deck hard. We'll see a bowling change at the Atarak end for the ITEC Knights, and Bulelo Budaza coming back into the attack. I don't think we'll see much more of Pretorius until the back end of the innings. Budaza charging in.
I have to tell you, I am surprised that Patrick Kruger only bowled 3 overs. He actually bowled well, apart from that 6 he went for, but that was none to his own fault. That was an extremely good shot from Diego Rosier. But yeah,
I think what we might also be seeing from the Knights, with having bowled Miguel Pretorius as much as they already have, is the use of Patrick Kruger then at the death of the innings. The variation that he does bowl, the cutters and the scrambled seam.
As you see, Budaza once again on the money. The thing is, I feel on this wicket, maybe with a lot happening and the slower pace, maybe might be more difficult with the big outfield to get over the ropes. So I do feel maybe I wouldn't be surprised to see spin in the death, especially Aubrey Swanepoel. Maybe bag a few wickets there at the back end, but Patrick Kruger definitely maybe a few cutters, and I can't imagine being easy to hit Matua over the fence here with his cutters and stuff. So that might be the ploy.
You may have identified it quite early with Miguel Pretorius having bowled 3 spells already as Budaza continues. And you can see a lot more variation coming into the bowling, as Tristan Stubbs just indicated there, a bit of a cutter. And we've seen that pace off the ball is a lot harder to hit in this area. It was a lot harder to hit on this track today.
Coming back to the discussion about the wicketkeeper batsmen in our country, we have a lot of good batsman wicketkeeper. So guys that bat well and keep. Whereas I feel Kishile is a good wicketkeeper batsman. We have Heinrich Klaasen, he's been exceptional this year, especially with the bat. He hasn't gotten a lot of opportunities with the gloves though, but
we've seen him bowl more than we've seen him keep this year.
As you see, Budaza coming in once again. It's whipped towards mid-wicket, where Patrick Kruger does the tidying up. And there's other guys around the circuit as well. Calvin Rain is obviously in the pound seat now with the test side, and he's done a bit of work with the ODI side. But then Ryan Rickleton, how unlucky is he not to have gotten more of a go? And a guy that's been tearing it up this year especially is Grant Rulofsson. So we're blessed with a lot of good batsmen, wicketkeeper around the circuit. To pick one is difficult.
Budaza continues. Straight bat shown by Kishile. Budaza did get a touch on that, as you can tell from their reaction, narrowly missing out on the Stubbs at the non-striker's end. And what a terrible way to go that could have been for Tristan Stubbs, because he looks like he's just starting to set off, and we've seen some very unfortunate dismissals in the game of cricket over the years, and
that might be the only way the Knights could get him out today, the way he's batting now. Saying that, this might be the ideal time for the Knights to try and strike, with him nearing on that mark that I'm not going to say.
He's been a little bit relieved because he's beaten the 45 run mark that no other batter's been able to. But has he been able to beat 46? There's a massive appeal. And there goes Tristan Stubbs. Vian, do not look at me like that. I know, I should have kept quiet.
Oh, and we've done it again. The old commentator's curse taking the wicket of Tristan Stubbs. The only guy that could get Tristan Stubbs out today is Sam Ludidi. Excellent piece of bowling once again by Umbelele Budaza, who has bowled well today. He's been probably the pick of the bowlers, if I have to say. Between him and Matua, probably. Budaza, with his left arm angle, has bowled well. That is a timely strike for the ITEC Knights as the score is now 176 for 4, and Sam Ludidi gets into the wickets column for the ITEC Knights.
If anything, I was just trying to say that he's better off than his other two partners. Probably could have waited an extra ball before saying that, though. Nevertheless, though, Lesibangwepe comes to the wicket for the Dafabet Warriors.
Oh, this brings to the crease another left-hander. After this, obviously, Bayer Swanepoel also a left-hander, unless they bring Tian van Vuren in, if the right-hander would to be dismissed. Timely strike for the ITEC Knights, and this brings a change of bowling at the Logan end with Aubrey Swanepoel maybe looking to clean up a bit here in the middle to lower part of the order. The game now situated nicely, as this could go either way at this stage.
Tristan, for what it's worth, I do apologise. Some great bowling though from Bulelo Budaza, and we spoke about it earlier how he has the capability of breaking partnerships, and we spoke about the wicket taking ability that these two guys do have in Budaza and Alfie Matoa. And we've seen there was a lot of variation, rolling fingers over the ball, getting the ball to bounce and turn away from the right-handed batter. That one with the seam and coming back on that natural shape that he possesses, and trapping Tristan Stubbs in front.
As you see Swanepoel to continue. Not too sure what the call is now.
Dead ball, with the stadium announcer perhaps picking the worst of times to announce the change of bowling.
Swanepoel to bowl his first delivery again. This one turning away rather nicely, just a bit short and wide perhaps. This is an important spell from Swanepoel coming here. If he can get going now and unleash his bag of tricks here, they could wrap up the innings if you can get a few quick ones now.
Wicket here for the ITEC Knights will bring in the all-rounders.
I like this move from the ITEC Knights, getting a slip in there, maybe just showing that they want to take a few wickets here and get into the all-rounders.
We've seen 6 bowlers used by the ITEC Knights and yet to have used Pat Buerto, who finds himself at first slip.
Well, we wouldn't want to be missing that one. Would have been a nice shout.
A little bit straighter as well and tighter line from Swanepoel.
Aubrey Swanepoel getting nice shape on the ball here. You can see through the air a lot of movement, a bit of dip, a bit of turn, a bit of drift. Maybe the weather playing a part, maybe the wind, but he does put a lot of revs on the ball, a lot of work and energy going through the ball.
I have seen the wind change direction again. Swanepoel continues, and Dashile looking to let loose. As you can see, as he just indicated, they're coming out the back of the hand with a bit of a leggy.
One more to come in the over here. Ideally, if Swanepoel would like to squeeze a dot here, maybe sneak through his defences.
See what that wicket has done for the ITEC Knights as the over comes to an end, 178 for 4 after 37. What it's done for them is that it's created a space where Dashile now needs to become the aggressor in the innings after Tristan Stubbs' dismissal. And it has let him down a bit in the past, having to play outside of his natural game.
I have to feel one of these two will probably look to bat through the innings. I'd imagine they'd like to put a little partnership together here, just stabilize everything for the hard hitters to come in next. So one of these two would want to bat through the innings and keep the board ticking to allow the likes of Swanepoel coming in next, Bayer Swanepoel that is, to come in with the long levers to maybe clear the fence a bit, and he can clear the fence by more than just a bit. As we see Budaza to bowl another one from the commentary box end.
Budaza starts well, it's nipped in, expecting that shape to go across him, but it's just nicked back off the seam. As Ngwepe showing there, takes the inside edge and trickles away to the boundary for 4, but he'll be not too dismayed or put off by that.
Ngwepe especially, might say lucky that we didn't see Stump's cartwheeling there. I think an extra coat of varnish there on the leg stump might have sent him packing. Budaza has been good today.
He's come in with a lot of variation and he's rolling his fingers like Alpha Matoa over both sides of the ball, and then still getting that natural shape away from the left hand. And Ngwepe in front of all 3 stumps. Back of a length, negotiates well, but only finds back the point.
He does. Ngwepe, of course, a stylish left-hand batter, presenting the full face of the bat. Just something about a left-hander playing those drives. It's really good for viewership.
Right elbow up, full maker's name.
Budaza now halfway through his 7th. 2 for 28 at this stage. He'd ideally like to add a few in the wickets column there.
Off the inside half of the bat again, the ball doing a bit of work off the pitch. Saw Jacques Snyman warming up on the boundary a little bit early on. Might see a return.
I don't imagine it being a bad idea now, especially if Kishile were to get out with the 2 left-handers then at the wicket. Maybe getting a bit of spin on, ball turning away from the bat. Not a bad idea, I feel.
Short ball from Budaza, 0 control from Ngwepe, but he does find the top edge. Runs away down to 3rd fine leg. They'll come back for the 2nd.
Very well directed short delivery once more by Budaza. He'd like to get out of this over without any more damage to the runs column. But he has been accurate today.
Displayed extreme amounts of control as well. There's 1 ball left in the 7th over, 30 for 2. It's wide. He's thrown his hands, Ngwepe, and he's had no control over what's happened. There's a mix-up in the middle, an opportunity at the keeper's end, but coming back for 2. Also bringing a close to Budaza's 7th over. The 38th of the inning is complete. It's 186 for 4.
Perhaps just a sense of a bit of unease at the crease. I know perhaps it's difficult to get in on this wicket, but just a bit of jitters seeming to come through here. Swanepoel to bowl his 8th from the Loch Logan end.
Bit of creativity sought after by the wicketkeeper batsman. He goes again. It's a second reverse sweep. There might have been a bit of willow on that one. Aubrey Swanepoel picking it and darting that one a little bit faster. What's going through the spinner's mind at this time, Vian, after having seen the 2 reverse sweeps?
I wouldn't imagine Aubrey being too disheartened by the reverse sweeps.
Slower through the air, shorter in length, and that is a fantastic stroke by the 23-year-old Dashile, who pushes it through the covers, finds 4 more.
The thing is, for Swanepoel, the key now is to keep hitting the stumps. The thing is, if he misses, you hit, and if he can keep it tight here and get him sweeping and reverse sweeping, at that pace it's really difficult to sweep and reverse sweep. And the protection is out there, so I'd imagine he'd like to hit the stumps now, more rather than not hitting the stumps, and getting that front pad into play.
Swanepoel, a bit of air. We've seen that one a couple of times in the innings. Dashile looking across at the square leg umpire, perhaps asking the question of height. They've been very nice and kind to him with those full tosses that have been bowled. Swanepoel misfields on his own bowling. Bit of work to do for the 2 fielders, but Dashile will pick up the single after a boundary and a dot.
Swanepoel might be a bit disappointed in that fielding effort from himself. Would have liked to get another dot ball, unless I can't imagine being too unhappy bowling to the left-handed Ngwepe now. So to finish out the over, Swanepoel to come from the Loch Logan end.
Dot ball to finish. 38 down, 191 for 4.
We're nearing the final power play now.
It's actually 39 overs that have been bowled.
As you see, I think you took my radio there, getting Jock Snyman on to bowl. First you're taking wickets, now you're taking over as captain as well. As you see, a change of bowling from the main stand in is Jock Snyman to bowl his. It's going to be his 7th over, ne? Yeah, 7th over, and then we're into the final 10.
I think it's a really good move this from the Knights, because what it does is you're asking Dashile, who's a slightly hard-headed batter, as we've mentioned, you look to bog him down with a couple of those darted deliveries that Jock Snyman does bowl, and then see if you can entice him to throwing again the kitchen sink, cupboard and fridge at the ones that are tossed up at him, and ask him to miscue 1 or 2 of them. And he starts immediately with one of those slower ones. It is a tiredly slow delivery from Snyman. Probably the slowest he's bowled today.
Nice turn and bounce. It's nice to see if you're a spin bowling enthusiast. Nice
Flatter
and
this time
swept
around.
from Dashile, as the call in the field comes for the deep square leg field to watch the spin.
Yeah.
And the left-handed Ngwepe comes on strike now.
Love to see the Knights also get a slip in. We've seen that Ngwepe does like to try and play expansively. If any one of these 2 batters is likely to find the edge, it would be him.
I see the Knights are leaving open deep mid-wicket.
Again.
So I'd imagine Snyman would bowl quick at the stumps, maybe entice a big slog sweep, bring his pads into play, and the wicket as well, or maybe slower and wider outside off. As we see mid-on coming up now.
There's a lot of up and down and stop and start while we've been watching him running 3-meter shuttles up and down, but he has come into the ring eventually. You can see what the plan is from Jock Snyman, leaving that mid-wicket region and mid-on region open, asking Ngwepe that if you want to find your boundary, you'll have to do so playing against the turn.
Oh, that's well bowled by Snyman. And acres of space between the long off fielder and the deep square fielder. Snyman being accurate so far.
A little bit targeting the stumps, but the leg stump this time around. As Ngwepe comes through for the single.
As we see the right-handed Kishile back on strike now. He's now currently on 15 not out. And it's been a, I don't want to say a scrappy 15, but it's been tough out there. They've bowled well.
And slightly laboured, hasn't been able to get anything off the square really out of the ring. As he comes charging down the wicket picked by Sharks Neymar, digs it in short and quick to produce a dot ball. Seems like there's one to come, not so much anymore. Does end the over, 40 of them gone. It's 193 for 4 the Warriors are. That run rate has taken a bit of a knock after the loss of those 3 wickets. You'd be a little bit disappointed in the best dressing room, the Warriors. 3 out of the top 4 all getting starts and unable to kick on.
All the norms nowadays, looking at the score now, it's 193 for 4 with 10 overs to come. Nowadays you look to score at 10 and over in the last 10, but I have to say I can't see that happening here today, not for all 10 of them at least. Scoring has looked a bit difficult coming in, being a new batter. For them to go at 10 over now, we'd have to see extremely good running, I'd feel, because both these players are, I can't see them clearing the fence the whole time with the big outfield of the bowling. Saying that, Swanepoel cleans him up and waves him goodbye.
Him a very nice send-off. Stop looking around, sir. The stumps have been cartwheeled, he says as he shows him his way to the dressing room. A very short stay from Ngwepe. An entertaining one. There's been a lot that's happened as he's been picking up his 10 runs, but he's faced 14 deliveries for it. And the Warriors are 193 for 5. A great start to the night into the final power play.
Yeah, just my words weren't called, and that sends Ngwepe packing, playing an expansive back foot shot. Well bowled by Aubrey Swanepoel. That wicket brings Van Vieren to the wicket, I think. That doesn't look to be by Swanepoel.
It is indeed Van Vieren who's striding out towards the middle.
Van Vieren, of course, also a hard-hitting batter, which might be exactly what the Warriors need at this stage. 2 right-handers at the crease now. And 59 deliveries to come in the innings. Putting yourself in the coaching boots of the Warriors, Sam, at this stage, what would be an ideal score for you? What would you be happy with, or what would you settle for?
We're looking at 9 overs left after this one. In fact, only 1 ball bowled in this over, so you're still sort of looking at that 10 over mark. At this point, the run rate has dropped to 4.8, and you would want your team to kick it up to about 8, so further 60 to 80 runs from here. I still think that they'd be looking for that average 260 run mark. With Van Vieren at the wickets, along with Dashila and Bayer, Swanepoel still to come, all of them very capable with the cricket bat.
And a dot ball up front here from Swanepoel, as Van Vieren just blocks that one towards mid-wicket.
There's plenty of commotion here while the players have even stopped to have a bit of a watch, with one of the supporters currently hanging over one of the balconies, and there's a big crowd effort involved in trying to get him back. We can share a giggle because he's now safe and back on the right side of the balcony as Aubrey Swanepoel continues, and it's been spewed into the offside, and only taking the single. Quite a bit of an entertaining watch, and like I said, we can giggle because he's fine, but
a lot of commotion, but luckily the spectators are right, giving a bit of a show to the players and all surrounding people. It did look to be in one of the suites, not on the embankment or in the pavilion. It looked to be coming out of one of the upper parts of the pavilion.
Over the railing of the suite, and perhaps trying to force his way onto the park. Maybe unhappy with how one of the two teams are performing. But all the players now having to regain their concentration after a bit of a sideshow. The Swanepoel continues.
Nicely negotiated by Van Vieren. As Swanepoel nears the end of his 9th over, I'd imagine the Warriors would look to see him through, because I think he's probably the main threat at this stage for the lower order batters. It's difficult to pick him, and I'd imagine they'd like to get through his spell at this stage.
It begs the question of, will he save himself for one over a little bit later on, or bowl out his 10 as Van Vieren negotiates this one down to long on.
And the end of another Swanepoel over. His figures now 9 overs, 2 for 39. The score is sitting at 196 for 5 after 41. The run rate just taking a bit of a dip here. It's 4.8 with 9 overs remaining. The projected score maybe just on the downhill a bit.
I think the ideal score that they will still be looking at is to be able to score further 70 runs from here on in. Would have to push that run rate up to about 8.5, 9. Be careful. I'll have to be careful not to leave it too late. I think one of these two will have to take it into themselves to either look for a boundary and over, or push a few more twos within the over, look to punch the gap and run the twos in the process.
Yeah, well, the thing is, these two need to take it a bit deep to ensure that they get to that stage to unleash perhaps by Swanepoel, because we have seen, especially last year with the Heat, the Northern Cape Heat, that is, in the T20 knockout competition, he was striking it purely and he was saving games and doing it all on his own. So to get him going, they wouldn't want to leave it all to him, but if he gets in and gets going, then we in for a show at least.
Those kids on the embankment might be chasing the ball around quite a bit as well, but they'll look to see what is currently happening in the middle of the field. This name on into his 8th over. 4 for 1. Dashile fakes it coming down the wicket. He's pushed it through a lot quicker, but it's allowed Dashile to get the ball a little bit finer. A lot of work to do out on the boundary rope, and that is some fantastic fielding and some great running as well, coming back for the 3rd.
Some good batsmanship there from Kashile. As we see the 200 coming up for the Warriors. They're now 200 for 5 after 41.5 overs. Yeah, we're in for an interesting finish here, to say the least.
It's going to be a very interesting finish, and it could go pear-shaped for either one of these two sides. If the Warriors lose 2 quick wickets, they could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. If the Knights let go a little bit and loosen the reins a bit, then there could be some issues too, but we'll see how the batters decide to play it out.
I do think going with spin at this stage is actually a good idea. There is a bit of turn and bounce, and it's difficult. I can't see them hitting a lot of balls over the fence because they have to generate all the power themselves, and as we have mentioned, the dimensions of the field, it's a big field, so it is a risk.
Going down on the sweep again. Nicely. It looks like he's found the gap. That is some fantastic fielding out in the deep by Patrick Kruger. He saved at least 2 runs for his side there.
Excellent sweep shot there from Kashile. As we see the end to another Snyman over nearing. And it to get out of this over without any further damage.
Slight change to the field as well. Aubrey Swanepoel coming into the cover position as they move that sweeper out on the boundary on the offside, a little bit squarer to more of a conventional deep point. He's tossed it up. Dashile's run straight past it, and it's everything that we've been speaking about leading up to this point, and why Jacques Snyman is perhaps bowling at the 23-year-old right-handed batsman. His stay at the wicket does come to an end, and the Warriors now find themselves at 203 for 6.
That's an excellent piece of bowling by Jacques Snyman. Excellent plan and execution, taking mid-wicket out, knowing full well that Kishile would come down and try to force it into the vacant mid-wicket region, try and push for 2 or perhaps get a 4. Bowling it slightly wider, outside off stump, perhaps a bit shorter, and Kishile running past one there, giving Kluter the easiest of stumpings. The score now 203 for 6 after 42, with 8 overs to go, and the exciting Bayer Swanepoel strides out to the middle. I think we're in for an exciting finish.
Dashile takes this extraordinarily long stroll at the Mangaung Oval back towards his dugout and change room. As we also see a change of bowling at the Atarak end with, in fact on the far side actually, things carrying on that side with Swanepoel bowling out his final over. And we're looking at the bowlers now, we're looking at between Alpha Matoa and Mbulelo Budaza, there's 6 overs between the two of them. Also Patrick Kruger has still got another 7 overs to bowl. And so plenty of options for the Knights.
I'd imagine Pretorius would bowl out his 10 overs. He has 2 left. Probably the 50th and the 48th, or the 47th and the 49th, if I'd have to guess. Swanepoel has bowled well. He's bowled well. I think the maybe first 2 he maybe struggled a bit with his lengths, but after that it's been really good. His variations have landed. It was good movement off the wicket so far, so it's been good from Swanepoel's perspective.
Speaking of Swanepoel, Bayer Swanepoel now on strike to face his first delivery. Swanepoel on Swanepoel crime, if you will.
Bayer Swanepoel, not too unfamiliar with Aubrey Swanepoel. The two of them have batted together a lot, and I'd imagine he faced him just about enough in the nets. So not too unfamiliar with what is coming now.
Two players who know each other very, very well. Will be a very interesting contest to see. But you would imagine that Bayer Swanepoel will look to nudge one into the gap and go sit on his bat at the non-striker's end while Aubrey Swanepoel finishes his spell. Positive in his approach is Bayer Swanepoel looking to get off of strike immediately.
Nicely bowled by Aubrey Swanepoel. Throwing the ball hard into the wicket with lots of revolutions. Nicely guided into the offside for a single, and Bayer Swanepoel's off strike.
He'll look to sit on his bat now at the non-striker's end for the last 3 deliveries. Any singles that they run will look to turn into 2.
They love to ideally get through Aubrey Swanepoel's spell here, unscathed or further unscathed. Googly. That's well bowled by Swanepoel and well negotiated by Van Vieren.
A lot of responsibility lies on these 2 shoulders at the moment, Van Vieren and Swanepoel, who are batting for the Warriors. Nearing the end of the 43rd over, and after this just 7 to come. And we're looking at talking about that 260, 270 mark from here that have to go at 10 and over to achieve that. Bayer Swanepoel looking to go, but he's taken long to set off. A chance at the non-strikers.
Heart in mouth stuff for the Warriors camp. A direct hit, I feel, and I'd imagine would have sent Bayer Swanepoel packing there. Nervy stuff here at the Mangaung Oval.
You'd think that the bowling side would like to keep spin on from this end, having seen what Bayer Swanepoel just did, throwing his bat at that previous Aubrey Swanepoel delivery, and you think to yourself that you're in with the chance. Perhaps maybe giving Jacques Snyman another over with that variation in pace. You see Pat van Billion calling for the guys to hustle a little bit because they're slightly behind the over rate.
The score now 208 for 6 after 43. The thing is, Bayer Swanepoel obviously started his career at Free State, so most of these guys, if not all of them, have played with or against and practiced a lot with Bayer Swanepoel.
Including you and I, Vianderbussy.
Yeah, the thing is, he's really familiar with the conditions, and the players will have their plans in place for him, I'd imagine. In this day and age, and especially knowing Bayer as well, I'd imagine they'd have their plans in place. But nonetheless, Bayer Swanepoel is a really, really destructive player, especially at this stage of the innings. And I don't think he'd mind the seamers coming back now.
Pretorius. Back of a length stuff. Looking to run this first one hard, and he's coming back for the second, and it's very good awareness from Van Vieren, because Badaza picked up with his right, but he had to get back around in order to release with his left hand. It's an extra second and a half before that release, and it's good awareness from the two batsmen to know that they've hit the ball to the right hand side of a left-handed fielder.
A really good running there by the Warriors. I can't imagine the bowler or the fielding side being too happy with 2 being taken there, but good running nonetheless. Pretorius to Van Vieren. Once again down towards third man.
This time directly at him. Bit of a fumble, but they won't be able to get back in for the second. We've seen how much Bayer Swanepoel in the past has enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat, so Michael Pretorius also does have a very destructive slower ball, something that Swanepoel will be well aware of at the batting end of the wicket as well.
Swanepoel, of course, a good hitter of the ball straight, especially, and towards the mid-wicket region. We saw famously last year in the knockout competition, the T21, it was against the Western Province, I think. He was hitting the ball cleanly. Nicely steered down towards third man, getting inside of the line of the ball, and nicely steered towards third man.
Yeah, this is the kind of batting that the Warriors will be all right with, but they'll be looking at that scoreboard and going, we've got 3 balls, so we'd like to find a boundary somewhere in this over. We've taken a couple of singles, and a boundary would definitely shift some pressure back onto Michael Pretorius.
I think they're looking for something a bit pitched up here, especially with the field being up, as we see Pretorius steaming in. As I said it, I think Van Vieren thought that perhaps might have been the one. Nice movement away after that pitch though. But I have to say, good energy has been shown here by these two batters since they've come to the crease. Good intent, they've run well, and they've looked positive.
Two batters have been quite proactive. Taken 4 from this over thus far, with 2 balls to come. Short ball, miscued off the slice of the bat, but with Swanepoel in on the single, it's gone over his head. And they'll take another 2 to a vacant mid-wicket region.
Good fielding there by Aubrey Swanepoel. Good chase with a good slide technique shown, and the throw to boost. As we see Pretorius nearing the end of his 9th. 1 ball to come in the 44th over.
Aubrey Swanepoel now out of the ring. It's a short ball, it's looped up, and it's a wicket. It's exactly what he was brought on to do, and you can see the relief as he throws the ball into the ground. Michael Pretorius does exactly what he needed to do.
As the umpires come in and they look a bit unhappy about Michael Pretorius putting a divot in Mother Earth. And Aubrey Swanepoel being pulled closer there by the umpires to have a word with his big quick.
he puts a hand up in a bit of an apology because he does realize it, but that emotion as a fast bowler does overcome you. He's been toiling all day long, has Michael Pretorius. Things perhaps not going the way that he would have wanted them to, but he picks up that wicket. Van Vuuren goes for 11 off of 15, and another crucial breakthrough at a critical time for the ITEC Knights.
And we're into the bowlers now, I think. With 6 overs to come, the Warriors might be in a bit of a difficult situation here.
Tsepon Dwandwa, who strides out into the middle. "27-year-old who boarded, or debuted rather, for Border against KZN Inland some 6 years ago. Mix up in the middle. Swanepoel looking to take matters into his own hands now.
As you called it, Jock Snyman's on that side. Direct line between the commentary box and the skipper's ear at this stage.
He'll look to play around at that pace a lot.
That is well bowled once again. The field's set for the cut shot. Apparently they know that Swanepoel might be strong in that region.
It looks like Jacques Neyman's got his number now, because it's 3 from 3 in that area, play and misses.
I have to feel a big shot might be coming here.
He'll come charging soon. Both these two players, Snyman and Swanepoel, managing to compose themselves, doing a lot to get through this over as quickly as possible, is Jacques Snyman. Mix up in the middle. Ooh. And it's a wayward throw. They'll look to turn around, but Swanepoel perhaps with the right call of sending Ndwandwe back.
That's good composure shown by Bayer Swanepoel. I feel he might fancy the seam bowlers more, so I think he's happy at the end he is now, and maybe leaving Ndwandwe with a bit of take the offie for me. Just the last ball of the over. I would imagine the Knights would be too unhappy to maybe give a single here and keep Swanepoel off strike. Not a lot of guys out on the fence at this stage.
Snyman tucks it in tight, but it's back pad and it's lobbed up, and just a dot ball to end the over. And left arm spinner rather, Tsepon Ndwandwe survives to fight another day. As we see another bowling change at the Atahualpa end of the Mangaung Oval. In fact, spoke a little bit too soon. Alfie Matoa had his hat off before Swanepoel said, "Hang on, boys. Michael Pretorius still has an over to bowl. Let's give it to him." After having picked up a wicket, he probably told Swanepoel at the end of that last over, "I'm feeling good. I'm in a space where I reckon I can pick you up another stick." And what a prize wicket it would be if you were to pick up the scalp of Bayer Swanepoel. 5 overs left in this innings. Warriors find themselves 215 for 7. Swanepoel only on 4. To Pretorius Coast steaming in, running away from us in the commentary box. Swanepoel looking to make a bit of room.
Nicely struck, but good fielding to boost. And Pretorius coming over the wicket, and the vacant mid-wicket region. Mid-on is a bit squarer than usual.
A couple of paces
Long
off the boundary rope, yeah.
Long on is a bit squarer than usual. Mid-off up in the ring. We have sweeper situated on the offside. As we see Pretorius changing his angle coming around the wicket. Third man's out, fine leg and a deep square legs on the fence.
Swanepoel back in his crease. It's gone straight into the air. It's Patrick Buerta who's finding himself underneath this one. And he's taken a tidy catch, reverting backwards. And there goes Beyers Swanepoel with all the pressure that was on his shoulders to up the ante. And Michael Pretorius has done it again. This time being given something else. A wicket keeper's glove to throw into the ground. And not the ball. The Warriors have lost their 8th. It's 215 for 8. And Swanepoel departs for 4.
Never underestimate the quality of that catch, Sam. The white ball swirling in the white sky here at the Mangung Oval with all the clouds about. That would have been a difficult catch, and Buerta does well to make it seem easy. So a nice and tidy catch taken by Buerta sees the end of Beyers Swanepoel, and the Warriors innings have taken a slight downhill turn here, or a turn for the worse. And the score now 215 for 8 as we near the end of the 46th over, or halfway through the 46th over to be exact, as we see a new batter coming to the wicket.
It's Akona Nyaka who strides out to the wicket. 23-year-old. Also much like the wicket-keeper batsman, educated at Hudson Park High School in East London. Spent a bit of time with Cobras and SWD before heading over to the Eastern Cape.
The ITEC Knights would ideally love to clean up the innings now, end it out before the full quota of 50 overs is bowled. They might be sniffing something here.
The question's always asked though, Vian, particularly when you're looking at your batters number 9, 10 and 11. You've got 5 overs left, bat out the 5, frustrate the bowlers, or do you swing from the hip from ball 1?
I think ideally they'd like for the for the tail enders now, if I can call them that, the lower order batters, to see out the innings and get what you can. Thing is, if you leave balls out there, it's opportunities that you could have scored off that you didn't. So ideally, I think the bad balls will present itself if you bat the overs out, because the bowlers will get frustrated with not picking up the wickets that they necessarily want to. As you see, Pretorius steaming in, nicely guided towards the third man region.
Nyaka gets off strike, just hovering his bat around. Seeing the ball down to third man. What approach would you like to see coming from the bowling side in this back end of the innings?
A lot of bowlers tend to get carried away, bowling at lower order batters, maybe change it up. I'd ideally like them to just stick to what has been working.
Oh, work to do. Swanepoel does get a paw on it. Looks like Gardata is back on the field. He's got to do the tidying up.
Ideally, you'd love for the bowlers to be hitting the wickets mostly, almost exclusively. So if they can just keep to their line and lengths, maybe keep hitting the stumps, then I think that's the best way to go about it. Not change up too much than what you'd normally do.
Slip in place for Pretorius. You'd think that he's going to hit that just top of off stump line. Digs it in short again.
That sees the end of a Pretorius spell. 10 overs, 2 for 60. I think he'd be happy, seeing as the way it went. A bit of frustration that showed when he took the wicket of his first wicket. I think it was Van Vieren that he got out. So a bit of frustration with things maybe not going his way today as much as his usual or as it usually does.
Yeah.
So, but I think at the end of the day, he's probably happy with the way it ended.
Jacques Neyman now into bowl his 10th and final over. He's been well controlled today, bowled with a lot of accuracy, a lot of variation to his pace. We saw how he set up the Chile as well, a couple of faster deliveries, threw one up and had him running straight past one. Also did the same thing with Vian Libba, who was on 45 at the time, looking to hit wickets to wicket bowling.
Nice and flat into the wicket there from Jacques Neyman.
Big shot coming from only one player. Maurice Wonderful standing at mid-wicket. Don't be surprised to see Snyman trying to get through this over in a flash. Bowl's a little bit quicker this time as well, and still targeting that wicket to wicket bowling.
Nicely bowled once again by Jacques Neyman. He's now halfway through his final over. 2 for 41. It's been tidy.
You see a change in the field with Padvan Billion going to square leg from 45 and Bulelo Pudaza moving down to fine leg. He run down the wicket and he's only managed to hoik it down to car corner. Perhaps maybe the delivery that Snyman should have tossed up a little bit.
I'd imagine Snyman would be targeting that front pad.
And he's been given barely even an appeal. It was more of a celebration. That's leg before wicket. His ball one that's come out the back of his hand looked like a bit of a leggy kind of an attempt, and the ball's just kicked on. It's trapped him in front, and Ndwandra's short stay at the wicket has come to an end.
Oh, that's definitely well bowled by Jacques Neyman, setting the batsman up nicely, and really not giving the umpire any other choice as to give him out. The Warriors innings now stuttering to 219 for 9 as we near the end of the 47th over. A mere 19 deliveries left in the innings.
What the Knights have done particularly well is it was a slow start for the Warriors, but what they did was they contained them really well, thanks to the man who's bowling at the moment, Jacques Neyman, and his spinning partner on the other end, Aubrey Swanepoel. And between the two of them, didn't let the innings get out of hand. I think they've learned from the lessons of their game against Western Province, where the middle overs were probably some of the most expensive overs as well for them, and they've managed to contain this Warriors side, and with that also picking up wickets at regular intervals, and it's led to the Warriors being 219 for 9.
That brings the Warriors number 11 batsman to the crease, Ziad Abrams. Not in the side for his batting, but has a job to do now. Nicely bowled and well negotiated by Abrams, which sees the end of an impressive Snyman spell. 10 overs, 3 for 42, and also brings an end to the 47th over. The score now 219 for 9 with 3 more overs to come.
Should turn some good figures as Jacques Neyman. He's bowled with an incredible amount of control and varied his pace very well as well throughout his 10 over spell. With three overs remaining, Bulelo Pudaza comes back into the attack. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Alfie Matoa coming in from the other side as well. Maybe asked to get an over out of Patrick Kruger. We'll see what the captain decides to do for the Knights, but 1 wicket in hand. Pudaza will be looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible. With the wind picking up here at the Mangaung Oval, Pudaza runs in. Looking to negotiate that one is Nyaga down to third man. That's how he got off strike a little bit earlier, dangling his bat, and we see that Pat Kruger is at slip. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move a little bit more, and that's exactly what has happened. As Jan Kluter has just showed him, take 2 steps to your right, my good sir.
The one Nyaga rather, the get inside the line of the ball and escort the ball down towards the third man region. Budaza once more.
And there it is again. He's just picked and found that gap. Get himself off strike. And leaves Abrams to face the music.
Captain Swanepoel would like Budaza to end the innings now.
Alfie Matoa probably won't be too happy with that, considering the fact that he's busy warming up. Every bowler likes to get an over in, even if it means an extra over out in the middle for the rest of the team. Budaza away from us. It's full, it's straight. Abrams has a swing. It's the inside half of the bat. They might be able to squeeze a couple of runs here. Jacques Neyman having to tidy up from backward point, or rather backward square. Picking it up at Car Corner. Every tailender's favourite place to hit the ball. I would know, I was a tailender.
Being a tailender, you're obviously also the big quick in the side. Getting the ball to move about.
Debatable. Dibbly dobble at best. Skill levels though, we can talk about that. Budaza goes away from us once more. It's a little bit more control this time from Abrams.
Nicely negotiated into the cover region as Pat Buerta at point does the tidying up. Budaza 2 deliveries left in this over. His figures now 7.4 overs, 2 for 35.
He's been impressive.
He's been impressive. I think he's been better than his figures show. Not that his figures are bad, but he's been good.
I think if you consider the free hits that he's bowled, a couple of wides on those free hits, you could chalk off and maybe look at taking about 14 runs off of what he's currently on his figures. Swing and a miss. One thing about a tailender, they'll always clear that left leg.
Oh, the classic number 11's leave shot.
No harm, no foul.
I would have loved to get some bat on that one. Abraham's not going to die wondering.
Double Nelson, as the Warriors find themselves on 222 for 9.
Budaza to finish out the over.
It's full, it's straight, it's slower, it's straight. Alfie Matoa can almost not believe how easy a catch he's just had to take. Reckons he thought he might have had to jump for it first, but it's probably one of the, he could have closed his eyes, literally sat down and taken the catch. It does wrap the Warriors innings at 222.
Oh, double Nelson strikes again. And the Warriors innings fading away at the end a bit, ending on 222 all out in 48 overs, not batting out their full allotted 50 overs. As we head into the lunch break, in which camp would you rather be, Sam?
I reckon the Warriors will feel that they're about 50 runs short at the moment, 50 to 100 runs short. I think they had a lot of good starts, 3 players getting into their 40s, none of them able to kick on and get a good 80, a good 90, or even 50 runs in fact as well. The bowlers, they've got a lot of work to do. It looks like a wicket that doesn't misbehave too much. There is a slight slope to it. As long as the Knights batters can keep out those slow balls and then read those changes of pace, they should be alright. A lot will be put on the shoulders of Gian Klutter and Jacques Neyman to get them off to a good start. And if the top 4 from the ITEC Knights can get them off to a good start, and we're looking at something towards the 60, 70, 80 run mark in the first 10 overs, they'll be very happy with that. But heading into the lunch break, I think the Knights will be the happier of the two teams. There'll definitely be some strong words from Robbie Peterson in the dressing room. But at the moment, as things stand, it's all the work that has to be done at the Warriors camp. And the Knights possibly quite heavily in the pound seat.
Well, as we head into the lunch and break, we'll be back shortly. Hope you enjoy something because we will.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Mangawong Oval. Welcome to you if you are just joining us. It is the CSA One-Day Cup, and a very interesting first part of the game that we have had coming out for our second innings now, with the ITEC Knights having been set a score of 223 for a victory. It's a much-needed victory that they'll be looking to pick up here today, and plenty of work for their two opening batters to do, Jacques Neyman and Jiang Klutter. They've had all the markings of a remarkable opening partnership, just haven't really been able to kick on, and perhaps maybe today is the day. It's a wicket that's played a little bit too paced. We see when the ball gets dug in, it does grip a little bit, so the variation has been very important. Off cutters, leg cutters, and so on and so forth have been crucial to the game, and we saw three players make it all the way out into the scores of the 40s, including Tristan Stubbs, as well as Captain Diego Rozier for the Warriors, and to Vian Libber. All of them being dismissed for 46, 45 and 45 respectively, and not able to kick on from there. So it's a mark that you reckon that these two ITEC Knights batters will look to try and emulate, but not only that, will also try and better. My name is Sam Ludidi, and with me in the commentary box is Vian du Plessis. Vian, we said when the innings took a break, or the game took a break, the innings break, there was lots of work for the Warriors to do, and Bayer Swanepoel with ball in hand looking to kick off said work.
Yeah, welcome back to the Mangawong Oval. As always, lovely to be here, Sam. The Warriors, they were in total control of the game up until about the 25th-ish over, just before that, or between drinks, if I have to put a time frame to it. But regular wickets might have put a break on things. As we see Swanepoel coming from the commentary box end with lovely away shape from the left-handed Klutter. Klutter and Snyman, you have to feel owes the Knights a bit of runs here today, Sam.
Yeah, they are both overdue a very good opening stand between the two of them, and it's not just in white ball cricket and the One-Day Cup. You kind of feel for the T20 game as well, a little bit in the red ball format of the game too, as Bayer Swanepoel continues with that shape and away from the left-handed batter. You almost feel that there's a lot of potential between the two of them. They're both capable of some incredible individual knocks. It's just the two of them putting it together and, batting it through. Ideally for every Knight supporter, it would be the two of them seeing this innings through and scoring the 223 that is required. As Jiang Klutter walks away from the delivering Bayer Swanepoel. Not 100% sure what happened there, but it would be a thing of the two of them getting as close to this target as possible before having to expose the rest of the top and the middle order.
As we see Swanepoel coming in once again. Ooh, lovely shape from around the wicket to get the ball moving that much away from the left-handed Klutter is remarkable, really. A good start from Swanepoel. 4 balls bowled and no runs added to the scoreboard as yet. One has to feel the Knights dugout might be a bit nervy, seeing as the season hasn't necessarily gone their way. Good delivery from Bayer Swanepoel, getting that ball to angle in and then tail away at the end, forcing the left-handed Klutter to play at it. Luckily not finding an edge from a Knight's perspective.
We speak about these two owing a few runs and needing to do a lot of work. Won't be easy out there. Swanepoel again, it's short, it's wide. Klutter throws his hands and doesn't even bother running. He's off the mark with a boundary, also wrapping up the first over. And the ITEC Knights are 4 for the loss of none after the first over.
Yeah, cut away, uppishly, but into the gap for 4. Almost spoils a very good first over from Bayer Swanepoel, apart from that last delivery. It'd be interesting to see who partners him at the other end. It looks to be Abrams, who in the warm-ups was shaping the ball rather nicely.
No, the warm-ups was when he was warming up. We saw him bowling from the opposite end to which he's standing now, and he was shaping the ball what would have been away from the right-handed batsman back in towards the left-handed batter. And we'll see how he starts. It might look to continue going away from the right-handed batter, particularly on that slight slope that they're batting on at the moment. Abrams runs in. Hits a back of a length, almost short actually, but fended away by Snyman.
That's well bowled. It's a good start, easy into his spell. Hits a hard length, just carry through just above top of off stump. Ideally, what do you think the Knights would be targeting in this power play? Obviously, Klute and especially Snyman, rather aggressive players.
I think the Knights will be happy with anything as long as it's not for the loss of 2 or more wickets. I think they'll be. I think a good place for them to find themselves chasing a target of 223 would be to be at a 60 to 80 run mark. Hopefully for the loss of none, but at worst for the loss of 1. We saw that the Warriors had a pretty slow start to the game. Abrams runs in and Snyman negotiates. They were 40 odd for 1 at the end of the first power play. Could have been 2 down, but for a drop catch in the slips early in Alfred Matoa's, in Bulelon Budaza's spell. And it's something that the Knights will be looking to negotiate here. I think it will be a thing of these 2 guys being able to play themselves in. Obviously the 2 bowlers bowling at them now won't make it easy. It's exactly what I'm talking about, and you can see that Abrams is looking for that away swing from the right-handed batter, looking to start that ball on middle and leg and get it shaping back towards the middle stump. And that one just going on with the arm though, and not really pulling back. Good.
I think necessarily the Knights don't need to force anything. I mean, they're only chasing 223 to win. So you have to think that if they bat their overs through, they would win. I can't see them losing if they're batting their overs out. So I don't think it's necessary to maybe force anything. As we see Abrams coming in once again on the money. Some aggression shown there. Once again, a very good over thus far. 5 dot balls. But yeah, I can't see if these 2 especially bat long, they won't bat out their overs, but they will make the score. If they don't go out and these 2 keep on going, it should be smooth sailing for the Knights. But these 2 openers won't make it easy. There's a bit of clouds above, and they have been putting it in good areas.
There we go, looking for that shape again. There's a mix-up at the non-striker's end, and unable to find the target. Nervy from the Knights. It's a maiden over for Abrams to start off with. It's 4 for none after 2.
That would not be ideal for the Knights. The last thing they need now is early wickets. But I think they'd want to get through this power play unscathed, and if they lose wickets, 1 or 2 at the very most. It didn't look all that easy to bat throughout the middle to latter part of the innings. But against the newer ball, it looked nice. The ball came on nicely, but the wicket slowed down throughout the day.
And look, I speak about being 60, 70 for none after the first 10. That would be in the ideal situation. But I also think that the Knights would settle for being 45 for none after 10. As long as they aren't losing any overs. Because what it does is it allows their 2 openers to play themselves in and to build a bit of an inning, something that they haven't been able to do. I think a large part of that is as Swanepoel runs in. Big swing and a miss. With that shape going away from Klute's body, looking to express himself and find the good old castle corner out towards cover point region. I think one of the things that has been a big thing for them is currently where they find themselves again today, which is looking over your shoulder to watch the clouds and trying to keep up to par with the run rate, and also trying to keep up to par with the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method, which unfortunately they found themselves in that situation for every game that they've played this season. A little bit straighter now from Swanepoel allows Klute to turn around the corner.
Would you like to see an extra slip in here? At this stage, only 1 slip in place for Swanepoel and for Abrams. The ball moving around rather appreciably. But against the hard-hitting Snyman, it's a risk leaving out another field to put another slip in. But if an edge goes there in this gap,
Swanepoel floats it up. It's been put down. Tristan Stubbs with an early chance to make an impact on the game along with Baz Swanepoel. The big hitting Jacques Snyman has been dropped on naught. At point, Stubbs hangs his head, disappointed, perhaps having snatched at it a little bit. The question becomes,
how costly a job that might be.
as if to take salt and not only rub it, but throw it into the wounds and dump a truckload of it. 6 more runs have come straight after the drop catch.
And put down on the embankments.
Don't worry, Tristan Stubbs
has sent that ball into orbit.
Would you believe it?
Swanepoel once more.
It's gone down. Would you believe it?
Extremely good effort from Swanepoel. The question begs to be asked, did that carry?
What an eventful over. It's ended up going for quite a few, 6 more for Jacques Snyman, and with 3 overs in. What seems to be 2 drop catches, one caught in bold, the other one at point by Tristan Stubbs. And the Knights find themselves 11 for none after 3.
What an eventful start to this innings. Ziad Abrams to continue from the Loch Logan end.
But don't be surprised if the batters take a little bit longer to get through this over, as you can see what Gian Clutch is doing. Just slowing everything down and trying to contain the animosity that was the Swanepoel over that we've just seen. 2 drop catches, a 6. Straight batch, but well fielded by Abrams.
That's a good looking shot from Kluter. Well fielded as well from Abrams. This power play is going to be an eventful one. The tone has been set, and both teams have something to play for.
Down the wicket is Kluter, manages to find the gap. 2 batters almost colliding in the middle of the wicket. It's all happening at the Mangawang Oval at the moment.
Would have been an interesting collision. who do you rate would have won?
I, for my own, would not like to run into Jacques Snyman. Man, it's built like a building. Abrams to continue. Shimmy down the wicket from Snyman this time, but punches it only as far as cover.
Looks like Herman that is situated at extra cover. Abrams hitting the bat hard. He's hitting good hard lengths. The ball is he's getting something out of the wicket that hit the splice as well. You'd love to see it. Quick bowlers coming in, hitting the deck hard.
It's short, and it's gone into the top tier of the grass embankment. Do not bowl there to Jacques Snyman.
He just tucks that onto the embankments with ease and grace. Not a lot of fuss or effort. And he dispatches it over square leg for a biggie.
It's massive. It's huge. It's pinged off the bat. It almost looks like a bouncing ball hitting a cricket bat, or the ping of a golf ball off a golf club. He's absolutely dispatched that. He's timed the socks off of it. And dealing only in boundaries now. He's got 12 runs, and both of them having come from 6s. Sneeman now with a bit of confidence going. He's driven this one firmly, but straight to mid-off.
Jeez, he's a good hitter of the cricket ball. Hits the ball hard.
We like to speak about how big the willows are that they bat with these days, but the timing and the strength and the power. He's done it again. He's bowled there again and he's dispatched it. This time it's a 1 bounce 4. Anything short on this ground, particularly with the new hard ball that's coming at pace, Jacques Sneeman is looking to capitalize on. That last 6 was a good 80, 90 meters. He hit both of them to the longest part of the ground, considering the wicket that we're playing on. And he's taken 10 runs off that Abrams over.
It's promising signs for the ITEC Knights, and not good signs, especially if you're Tristan Stubbs.
Tristan Stubbs having dropped Jacques Sneeman on naught. Sneeman now of 16. 3 hits to actually take him to 16. Swanepoel with an eventful last over continues.
Swanepoel hits the deck hard as Klute negotiates that one into the cover region.
The question, Vian, that you sort of want to ask yourself now is, what role does Jan Klute take? Because we've also seen him and know him to be an aggressor. We've seen that Jacques Sneeman is happy finding the middle of the bat and dispatching the ball to all corners. As Sneeman runs away. Swanepoel runs away from us again, left alone by Jan Klute.
Swanepoel there came quite wide of the crease. He was just inside the outer half of the crease lines there. Just allowing the ball to straighten, coming all that ever closer to the off stump. You get that sense that somewhere, somehow he's going to ball one to swing back into Klute here.
Looks like it's that one. It's straightened, it's held its line quite a lot and well negotiated by Klute.
Good skill sets on show here today. High class swing bowling. That's coming up against some good old fashioned power hitting.
Swanepoel runs away from us again. Bit of a shuffle and a shimmy. Kept out by Klute. Also a very proactive batsman. We saw the same from Diego Rosier when he was batting. The Warriors captain. Happy to take a shuffle down the wicket or across the wicket just to get himself in a good line to play the ball, and Klute no different.
As we see Swanepoel once again. Once again a bit straighter, targeting that front pad. Very good over so far from Swanepoel. He would love to ideally finish out this over.
His last over, in fact it was his very first over, that ended with a boundary after having bowled so well in the first 5 deliveries. A little bit straighter, a bit of shape away from the bat, and it's a good leave. And it caps off a maiden over. Score remains 22 for none, this time now after 5 overs.
Another very good over there from Swanepoel. As we see him making his way down to the third man region to enjoy a drink. And Abrams would love to get it a bit fuller here this over. Maybe try and stay on that top of off stump region, because we know anything short or full, Sneeman won't miss out on. Or he won't hold back for that matter.
What the Warriors have done now is they've got a deep mid wicket out. It's a little bit squarer than what your conventional car corner would be. It's fuller this time, but it's punched through mid wicket, and it's another 4 to Jacques Sneeman, who is now taking the pump at Abrams.
Yeah, it's a very good shot through between mid wicket and mid on, of the vacant mid wicket. And 4 more added to the total. The score now 26 for no loss after 5.1, and Sneeman on 20.
2 4s, 2 6s, dealing literally only in boundaries. And what we've seen now is Vian Libbers come out of the slip region. He's now gone into full that role at mid wicket. Abrams will have to do something as he runs in towards Snyman. Tucks him up.
Well bowled.
Good recovery there from Abrams. He's had about 4 or 5 balls go a little bit wayward, and all of them have been punished.
He'd ideally love to stay on that line and length he had now.
It's a bit difficult for a bowler who is an away swinging bowler to bowl from that end of the ground with the wind going from right to left across the screen. Attempting to swing the ball against the wind. It's over pitched this time, and it's just been chipped over mid-off. Another boundary for Jacques Snyman and the ITEC Knights.
This is dangerous signs for the Warriors, and very promising signs for the ITEC Knights.
We asked our Costi that Tristan Stubbs' drop catch would have been in the first over where Snyman was dropped. Well, it's yielded 24 runs in the space of 12 balls. It's all about whether Snyman contains himself now, or does he keep going? It's short. Snyman this time keeps it along the ground, finds the deep mid wicket. Guepa out there doing the tidying up. It's just a single. It's the first run that he scored. That hasn't been a boundary. He's on 25.
Do you think there is a more hard-hitting opening batsman around South Africa?
I think the last person that we saw who opened the batting who hit the ball quite that hard was Richard Levy. We haven't seen another opening batter who hits it that hard in a while. Snyman to Klutter, negotiates down to third man, rotates a strike, gets a single. The scoreboard keeps ticking over for the ITEC Knights.
Well, with the Cobras now, or the Western Province Blitz, they have the Zorzi and Bird, both hard hitters, but I don't know if they're as hard hitters as this. Wesley Marshall of the Northwest Dragons.
He can dispense a cricket ball. My oh my, what a start for Jacques Snyman. He's flicked it over, but he might have just picked the man out. It's gone straight down his throat. And just has been the case throughout the entirety of the season for the ITEC Knights, and Jacques Snyman gets a start, but unable to convert.
Well, folks, we've seen it all year. A very interesting first 20-odd minutes of this innings. It's been shots, and the first wicket for the ITEC Knights has fallen. Jacques Snyman goes for a bright and breezy 25 of 18 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s. If anything, it's been entertaining.
Tristan Stubbs will be the first player to go find Guepa out on the boundary rope. Thank you very much for that. It's been an entertaining knock. But again, the question of carry on or just subdue yourself a little bit, well, that has been answered. And off goes Jacques Snyman for an entertaining 25. And it brings former Northwest Dragons batter Isaac Tekale to the crease. And between him and Gian Klutter, they've now got to negotiate the rest of this power play.
Well, the ITEC Knights is off to a rather quick start. They would have ideally loved to not lose that wicket. And look, another wicket now on the power play, and they're in all sorts again. So the Warriors wouldn't be too unhappy with all the shots being played, I feel. But these two ITEC Knights batters would love to steady the ship now.
You could almost feel that the Warriors were fine with the shots that were being played. There was a constant buzz, a constant energy in the middle, despite Jacques Snyman dismissing the ball to all corners of the ground at will. And Swanepoel continues. Left again by Gian Klutter.
Well, the Warriors at this stage in the Division 1 One Day Cup also haven't won a game yet. So these two teams both fighting to get off the mark in this competition.
Perhaps a little bit more desperate, the ITEC Knights, who find themselves at the bottom of the table. fear of relegation looming at the back end of the season as well.
Of course, a tough week this for the ITEC Knights. After this game, quick turnaround, and on Wednesday they're hosting the Paarl Rocks here in Bloemfontein. The Paarl Rocks, of course, alongside these two sides at the bottom of the table. So
Almost inexplicably, because the quality of cricket that comes out. Swanepoel continues. Klutter goes for a swing. It's a double breakthrough for the Dafabet Warriors. Swanepoel has picked up his man. It's an inside edge taken behind the stumps by Dashile, and what we've seen happen throughout the season for the ITEC Knights. Fall one, fall another.
an excellent piece of bowling from Bayer Swanepoel, shaping it away from Jan Klutter, bring that one back, and the slightest of inside edges sees its way to the wicketkeeper of the Warriors, and once again one brings another as the ITEC Knights stumble to 32 for 2 after 6.2, I think.
It's happened all the way throughout the season, and I speak about the season referring to the 4-day cup as well, where the Knights have been guilty of allowing double breakthroughs. Instead of having one new batter and a set batter in the wicket, they found themselves batting throughout the entirety of the season with 2 new batters at the crease. And in to try and stem what we've seen as a collapse for the last 2 games that the Knights have played is Reinhard van Tonder, former SA Under-19 captain. And with plenty of work to do as well.
Reinhard van Tonder, of course, being a really bright young prospect for South African cricket for some time now. Not necessarily taking it to that next step. His List A average 27 after 30 games with a high score of 66. Do you think that does his talents and promise justice, Sam?
Not even remotely close. You know, at one stage he was stuck in a shootout between him and Keegan Peterson to see who would fill that number 3 role at the Proteas. School just down the road at Grey College. Had a fantastic season in red ball cricket just 2 seasons ago. Had that unbelievable knock of 150 odd. Also put 164 on against Pakistan in the SA Invitational game. He's got lots of work yet to do here today.
Van Tonder, of course, knows Bayer Swanepoel all that well, being teammates at the University of the Free State and then also at Free State when it was still the amateur setup. Of course, both the same age, played against each other all through the schoolboy ranks, at Coke Week and all the weeks. So interesting battle coming up here between the old teammates.
No strangers to each other at all in their individual games.
Swanepoel settling into a nice line and length here. Looks like he's bowling with good rhythm. The ball's moving around corners.
Swanepoel to continue. Tight in on the pads, and Van Tonder gets off the mark.
That brings an end to another Swanepoel over. The score now sitting at 33 for 2 after 7 overs. And Swanepoel's figures 4 overs, 1 for 12. I do feel I'd rather be in the Warriors camp at this stage. As we see the helmets coming out, do you think they're going to try and squeeze in a few overs to get Duckworth, Lewis and Stern into play?
It is quite possible, because if you're having a look at the scoreboard, what it tells you now is that the Knights need to find themselves at 50 runs. That's what the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par is. And they're currently 33 for 2, so quite a long ways behind that Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. Perhaps a message coming from the dressing room that rain is imminent and nearby. And again, the Knights find themselves in the position of having to keep up with the run rate, which they have. except they're behind the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern.
Because of
Pass
the
score
wickets.
because of having lost 2 wickets. And Zepon Duandwa comes into the attack.
He'll look to slide it on, maybe try and hit that front pad. He hasn't had a bad season so far. He's bowled well, accurately, most of the times. And I do feel he's going to target that front pad of Van Tonder.
Series of very unfortunate dismissals for Van Tonder. He looks a little bit stuck on the crease as well, as Duandwa starts with a tidy back of a length delivery, going on with the arm, not all too much turn from the first delivery. Digs it into the wicket. Van Tonder looking to find the gap, but some proactive fielding.
Of course, in the previous game, another left arm spinner got the best of, or the better, alongside a bit of assistance from the wicket.
What was that delivery that brushed past his shoelaces on the way to taking his middle stump?
Bit of sloppy fielding, sees Van Tonder move towards the non-striker's end. It's going to be Dekale's first ball. I don't think he's faced the ball yet.
He's been watching everything happening from the other end, sitting on his bat. Came in at number 3 when Snyman was dismissed. Out a bit of purchase coming off the wicket this time around.
Heart in mouth stuff for the ITEC Knights and Piet van Biljon, who is listed to be coming in at 5. That one just skidding on with the arm, a bit quicker through the air, and Duandwa would like to get out of the over without any damage further. 1 ball to come.
Let's toss this one up a little bit more. Bear Swanepoel doing the tidying up at 45. And that brings about an end to a very good over. Only 1 run coming from it in the end. The ITEC Knights 34 for 2 after 8.
As we see a double change, or rather a change of ends for Abrams, who will be coming from the commentary box end, with Bear Swanepoel taking a bit of a break.
Could very well just have seen a change in bowler so the 2 seamers can change their ends.
I can't see Van Vieren being too far off. Maybe from the other end. The wind is coming from right to left on the screen. Would aid the left arm of Van Vieren.
This one darts straight back into the right hander. Van Tonder negotiates, beats the fielder on the inner ring. Rozier's got the chase on while the 2 in the middle are running through. It is the ball that will win the race at the end. It's well timed for Van Tonder, who gets his first boundary of the innings, takes him to 6 runs.
That's an excellent cricket shot from Van Tonder, who has driven that through between the extra cover region and mid-off region for 4. And that's a promising start to his innings.
Saw this one shaping back into the right hander, going on with the slope. This one darts back a little bit in as well. Negotiated by the former S-19 captain.
Van Tonder shows a very sound defence coming forward. And, Abrams hits the middle of Van Tonder's bat really hard.
A very different looking Warriors team from what we saw that was so dominant just some 3 years ago. No more Birch in the side. John Smuts.
John Smuts, of course, plying his trade with the Dolphins nowadays, and he's having a really good season, especially with bowl in hand. He's been bowling really well.
It seems as though sometimes it's all just a change of scenery. I mean, it's the question was asked over Tony de Zorzi as well, who showed some glimpses of incredible cricket while he was at the Titans, moved over to Western Province, has hit what is probably the biggest purple patch that he's had in his career.
Abrams continues.
Van Tonder on the drive again. That is a special looking cricket shot. And it's an incredibly fast outfield here at the Mangaung Oval. 4 more runs for Van Tonder.
That is 2 of the more textbook cricket shots that you will see. And Van Tonder with a very promising start to his innings. I have to choose my words wisely when speaking of batsmen in this game.
You don't want to do the damage that I did in the first innings. Tristan Stubbs, of course, dismissed off 46, thanks to Sam opening his mouth. Abrams continues, dot ball.
That brings an end to another Abrams over. He's been slightly expensive, 4 overs, 1 for 29, mostly because Snyman took to him a bit.
He took almost 16 runs off of him in that 1 over.
Nonetheless, 4 overs, 1 for 29. At the other end, Bayer Swanepoel, 4 overs, 1 for 12. Exceptional stuff. And it looks to be in Ndwandwe to continue from the Loch Logan end, who his first over went well.
Yeah, just one coming off it. Isaac de Gale yet to get off the mark. He faced the whole of that last over. He's been watching all the chaos ensue from the other end of the field, or of the pitch. And he now has to figuratively and literally face the music. Rocks back onto the back foot. We saw Tristan Stubbs in the early days of his innings today, pushing those back over the bowler's head off the back foot. There's a bit of a missing communication between the two batters, but the ball gets through, so he's able to get to the other end.
As the Kale gets off the mark, Van Tonder now to face up to Ndwandwe, who's been rather accurate.
He's been tidy darting them in. Gives this one a little bit of air, slightly slower. Not quite the change in pace that we saw from Jacques Snyman when he was bowling for the Knights, but enough to keep any batsman thinking.
It's once again well bowled and punch down the ground for a single. Tristan Stubbs does the tidying up there long off. And Ndwandwe operating rather economically at this stage. It's well bowled once more. Keeping in mind it's still within the first power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Really exceptional stuff thus far from Ndwandwe.
Just push it straight back at the bowler again, but those 2 boundaries that Van Tonder hit in the previous over, doing enough for the ITEC Knights to push them closer to that Duckworth Lewis and Stern pass score. The Knights find themselves 44 for 2 after 10.
Yeah, that brings an end to the first power play. Of course, 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle now. It looks to be a change of bowling from the commentary box end. It's Nyaka, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to bowl now. Does seem to be left armour warming up a bit.
New bowler for the Dafabet Warriors, Nyaka.
Looks like he's going to be coming around the wicket. It does beg the question of eliminating that ball twinkling back into the right-hander by swing alone. Now it's just coming in on the angle as well. I'd like to see him starting over the wicket, just to keep Van Tonder thinking about the ball that might just carry on with that angle and go across the right-hander. He's taken that out of the equation completely now by coming around the wicket, but also what it does is it opens up that front pad but does do away with another mode of dismissal, which is that outside edge.
Perhaps a clear plan, maybe something they have in store for, especially for Van Tonder, maybe something they practiced.
Short, wide.
Oh, good fielding there in the cover region. Looks like Jordan Herman. And Herman saving his side 4 runs. Nyaka continues.
Short and wide again. This time Van Tonder capitalizing and finding the gap between the 2 point fielders, and picks up another boundary to take the Knights closer to that 50-run mark. 48 for 2 after 10 and a half overs.
Another excellent cricket shot from Van Tonder. You could cut that out of the textbook and put it on display for all the viewers today.
Diego Rosier immediately making a change in the field, leaving out that deep point. Sweeper quite square on that offside boundary. It's a better line from Nyaka, who's recovered well after a couple of short and wide deliveries. Will be happy to have gotten away with only 1 boundary out of those 2 that he's bowled.
2 balls to come in the over. This is the first of the second power play. At this stage, he's gone for 4 runs in his 4 balls. The only runs being that boundary. I did like to close out this over without any further damage.
Short and wide again, this time Van Tonder finding the backward point fielder. Looking at this Knights batting lineup, with Michael Pretoria set to come in at number 9. Short and wide again. Cut through, but just to the man at sweeper.
It's firmly hit towards the man patrolling on the fence. That brings an end to another over. It's 11 gone now, 49 for 2. And Van Tonder now sitting on 16, while Dikale is still on 1.
Looking at this Knights batting lineup, Van Billion to come, Pat Buerta after him, Pat Kruger, Aubrey Swanepoel and Michael Pretorius, all of them very capable with the bat, more than capable with the bat. And Knights currently need 174 from 234. And with so many batters still to come, how do you see them playing it out?
I do feel they don't have any reason to panic with all the batting in that. I mean, Swanepoel was a recognized batsman, batting at 8, I think, or listed at 8. So I don't feel they need to panic. The only reason for concern maybe being the weather that is about. That could be playing tricks on their mind, as we see Van Tonder punching that one towards the long off region for another single.
So bring up the 50 for the ITEC Knights. It's one of the longest middle orders that I've seen at franchise level that the Knights have at the moment. Khale looking to try and get himself off of strike.
If we have to be honest, it's probably the longest batting lineup I've seen with the most concerns or the most difficulties, which is actually surprising, seeing as basically everybody can bat well. But it just hasn't seemed to click this season.
Quick single taken, putting some pressure on by Swanepoel. He was a little bit slow to react there, Miron. And that's very true, Vian. looking at the Knights and their scores that they've been dismissed for, all of them under 200 thus far. And it begs the question: is it the batting or is it just really good bowling? A couple of wickets that George Linder took last week, that crawled across the wicket, and you can write it off to being unlucky. But it does beg the question: at what point does this 9-man batting lineup, in which batting lineups usually consist of 6 or 7, but 9 players who are able to really hold and wield the cricket bat, at what point do they start to click?
It's a difficult one to answer, really, because I can't pinpoint really what the precise problem is. But obviously, Van Tonder and Snyman, I think, was the two that got the grubbers the other day. But what about the other 8 wickets to fall? Obviously, they were under a lot of pressure with the weather, and Western Province scored heaps of runs. So it's a different situation all in all, but to be bowled out like they were, with the batting capabilities they have, they would probably be disappointed.
Well, a lot of work to do as the 12th over comes to an end with the Knights at 51 for 2.
Looks to be Mnyaka to continue from the commentary box end. A bit of cloud coverage coming from our end. I don't think it's too threatening at this stage. A lot of wind about, but it's a cool wind. I hope the weather can play along.
Khale on the other end taking his time to settle himself as Mnyaka runs away from us. And on the angle does enough to negotiate it. A little bit of extra bounce as that ball ripping more of the gloves and the grip of the cricket bat than it did the face, which he intended it to. Gets a single nevertheless.
Sam, it does look like Mnyaka's trying to create a huge angle from around the wicket and get it to straighten or maybe move away from the right-handers, off the wicket obviously. And that previous one looked to straighten a bit and got a bit of extra bounce there from a good length.
Ball managing to hold its line again, which is quite impressive considering the fact that there is that slight slope to the pitch that they're playing on at the moment. We saw Budaza using it very well, bowling everything from this end, getting the ball to shape away from the left-handers and shape back into the right-handers. What I really enjoyed about Budaza's bowling as a left-arm seamer was him bowling over the wicket and not around, just to create that element of doubt of the one continuing across the right-hander.
As you see Mnyaka coming again around the wicket.
A little bit tighter in on that line. Van Tonder negotiates and keeps it out.
That one looked to be jagging back a bit from just outside the off stump. Was on a good length. I'd like to see him get it maybe a foot fuller to really get Van Tonder thinking.
You'd think that with the plan that he has in place, it would be one of those things of get him driving and get him on that front foot. If the one does nip back a little bit, goes between bat and pad, or you bring the front pad into the shout, or if it does hold its line and straight, and then you bring the outside edge into the equation. It's a much better length, I'd like to think, with that plan that he's got going.
I think there where he bowled now, I think that's probably where he's probably aiming. Driven by Van Tonder, but slightly uppishly, not really getting all of it. And I don't think the Warriors would mind seeing him driving there. Extra cover is in place in a catching position.
Three fielders out from Nyaka, fine leg, third man and a sweeper. And a deep square leg, which is 4. Tristan Stubbs doing enough at backward point to keep the batters from taking a single.
5 good deliveries so far. One to go in the over to complete the 13th. So Nyaka continues here from the commentary box end towards Van Tonder, who has had a steady start to his innings.
Big shape on the angle as well. To dot ball to end the over. 52 for none after 13 are the ITEC Knights, requiring a further 171 from 222.
Others opinion finds it excusable, especially gender-based violence, as it creates negative offences, particularly women and children. As a society, we will be scarred as victims and affected parties of GBV.
As we see in Dwandwa, continuing from the Loch Logan end, and the first drinks break coming ever so close.
I think I just beat the players to that.
Dwandwa to continue.
Floats this one up, but Tchale able to negotiate. Van Tonder running the first one hard.
It's nicely bowled once again by Ndwandwa. Getting the batsman coming forward and driving. That's probably ideal in this situation. If you can get one to slide on, challenge the front pad, or maybe pitch and grip and turn, bring that slip into play.
Van Lib has been camped out there for the better part of these 13 overs. Van Tonder looking to squeeze this one through the point region, but Abrahams does the tidying up.
How the times have changed. Big quicks these days, some of your better fielders.
You look at the likes of Trent Bolt from New Zealand, Dale Steyn like he was for the Proteas, and now Abrams for the Warriors. Straight to the fielder again.
Once again, straight to Abrams. Ndwandwa, Van Tonder and Abrams having a nice little game between the three of them.
It's a mini match between three people.
Ndwandwa halfway through his fourth. He's been economical.
Van Tonder managing to find the gap this time around, punching down to a wide long off.
As we see cover point region being opened up with the sweep on the offside dropping back towards Castle Corner. Abrams having a few friends there on the fence now.
A little bit straighter this time around. An early call from Van Tonder, and it's good running from the former SA Under-19 captain.
The Warriors would be a bit disappointed with that fielding effort. Maybe half a chance there to maybe get Van Biljon out in the middle just before drinks. As Ndwandwa looks to close out his over.
It's short, it has not bounced up, but it looks like it's just continuing down towards the leg side. Not out, given by the umpire, a dot ball to close off the 14th.
As we see Nyaka marking out his run up to continue on this side, as Diego Rozier indicates to Jan Libber to maybe loosen up his shoulders a bit, maybe turn them over a few times.
Runs in wide of the wicket, angling back at the stumps, bit of swing back into the stumps as well.
I think that's a good or better line and length that Nyaka is settling in on now. That's a rather attacking line and length. If that ball deviates either way, the batsman might be in trouble. So I think he's settling into a nice rhythm now.
It comes in off a length and it's still coming right back towards the batsman, so Khale having to abort from his shot that he was going to try and offer to that delivery.
Some steep bounce there on offer from a good length. I think it might be that same patch that's been causing havoc this whole morning and a bit of the afternoon. I think if I can just settle on that line and length, the ball does a bit up and down. Not as much sideways movement off the deck, but something in it if you keep banging away at that line and length.
A little bit fuller this time. Better negotiated by Isaac Dafabet, who pushes it out rather, to extra cover. Sibangwepe currently filling that position.
As Rosier has a bit of a word with his bowler. Nyaka now halfway through his third. Do you feel he'll probably bowl 4? Maybe 5? I think if he does well.
Clipped away in that vacant square leg region, able to pick up a single. I do see him coming back for a 4th over. He's done well in keeping the runs down.
I think perhaps Rosier might be thinking a change just before drinks, just to maybe force something. Maybe a 3rd wicket just before the first drinks interval, maybe Libber coming on this side, Ndwandwe on that side, Libber this side, and then after drinks maybe starting again with Nyaka or maybe Van Vieren to have a bit of a burst at either end.
Well negotiated by Van Tonder.
Some tidy work out on the fence by Van Vieren. Of course, the left-handed Van Vieren, that's made life difficult for the batters who were trying to push for 2 there, but never on. Nyaka now to finish out his over from the commentary box end.
It's full, and Dafabet does throw a half-hearted punch and misfielded at the 3rd man boundary, but nothing much coming out of it besides a single to end the over. The Knights 58 for 2 after 15.
Well, the Warriors have had a good over rate. 15 overs done under an hour at this stage. So it's probably about 10-15 minutes to go to the first drinks interval. Maybe try and squeeze in a few. I do think they're going to get Libber into play sooner rather than later, to maybe look to see if they can get close to that 20 over mark, just around about that drinks mark.
You see the first slip being taken out to plug the gap that the batters are finding easy runs from as he moves to short catch and cover. I'd be surprised to see this ball going through that first slip region. A little bit too straight for that though, and he's found the gap instead at the mid-wicket region. Plenty of work to be done out on the fence, and this is a very quick outfield at the Mangaung Oval, and it is the white leather ball that wins the race to the white rope.
Excellent shot by Isaac Dafabet, and excellent placement as well with the vacant deep mid-wicket region. The bowler doesn't look all that happy with the placement of the fielder. It looks like he thought the guy was supposed to be a bit more in front of square. He is situated at a deep square leg.
He's almost backward.
Yeah, it does look like he thought he was a bit more in front. Nevertheless, 4 more.
Short this time. Has he found the gap? No.
Excellent fielding once more there in the cover region by Jordan Herman. Saves his side a few runs there.
Slightly slower this time around.
It's a good piece of bowling there by Ndwandwe. Just maybe losing the plot a bit in the first 2, over pitching and then dropping 1 short, but right back on the money on the 3rd delivery. 4.5 overs, 0 for 11. He's been good.
Kept out and negotiated as Diego Rosier instructs Abrams to go find himself on that deep point boundary, looking to protect what has been a good over.
Umpire having a little word there with Ndwandwa. Maybe coming into the danger zone with his follow through perhaps.
Flicked away on the leg side. Fantonda will pick up a single. In fact, it's Tikhale who's picking up the single.
One more delivery to come in this, the 16th over. And Ndwandwa has been accurate from the Lochlogan end. That brings an end to the 16th over. The score now 63 for 2 after 16 overs. Reinhard van Tonder sitting at 19, while Isaac Tikhale is nicely poised on 11. The partnership now 31. And these two bring just a bit of stability to the ITEC Knights innings.
And we saw that early flash from Jacques Snyman, and perhaps doing enough to accelerate the Knights into a position where these two new men they were when they came into the wicket were able to take a little bit of extra time to play themselves in.
As we see Mnyaka bowling his fourth.
Tikhale manages to find the gap. He'll be pushing back for the second again, being aware that the fielder on the ropes is left-handed, having to turn and come all the way around the ball before being able to stabilise himself and get that return throw in back to the keeper. 2 more runs for Tikhale.
That's excellent running from the ITEC Knights batsman, and good game awareness to identify that the bowler or the fielder down at the third man region is left-handed and probably a bit tired after just finishing his over. Sneaking in a second run there as we see Mnyaka continue.
It's short, it's wide, it's been put through the gap, but there is a fielder out there who's going to do all the tidying up. A quick release from the boundary, sees it only being a single.
Excellent fielding out on the deep cover point boundary. I do think it's Jordan Hagman out there once more. Van Tonder just doing a bit of gardening.
Left alone outside the off stump this time around. So we reach the halfway mark of this over. The good thing for the Knights is that they've stabilised things enough to find themselves par on Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. Of course it will change at the end of this over. But currently the par score being 66, the ITEC Knights on 66. Run rate required 4.7, their current run rate 4.7. So in a good place that they are today, or at the moment.
Nicely tucked off his hips by Van Tonder, who ticks the scoreboard over to 67. And 2 balls to come in the over. And these two have really steadied the ship for the ITEC Knights. Maybe a sense of calmness returning in the ITEC Knights dugout.
Also what it does is it drains the Warriors just a fraction of a little bit. Very little happening off the wicket for the bowlers. Khale able to negotiate another single. Quick touch and turn, but second run not on offer.
What this partnership does also is it forces the Warriors to try and do something else to maybe try and break the partnership, which in turn can create opportunities to score some runs, because the Warriors will be searching for wickets at this stage because of the fact that they're not necessarily having enough runs on the board. They might go searching for wickets, and that can bring opportunities for scoring. So the Knights in a better position at this stage.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Rozier and his Warriors team. bowling 50 overs won't keep them in the game. As Van Tonder manages to find the exact same gap as well. They're pushing hard for the second, but won't find it. Also bringing about an end to the over, 69 for 2 after 17. It's one of those things when you're looking at it and you're looking at the approach as well. The Warriors will be thinking they need to take 10 wickets. It's not just enough to try and restrict the scoring, to try and ball out that full 50 overs.
It looks like a change of bowling from the Loch Logan end. It looks to be Tiaan van Vieren who's going to have a bowl from that end. It looks like he's also going to come around the wicket.
It's a very interesting ploy from the left-handers from the Warriors. Just angling the ball back at the Knights batters. Might be a little bit difficult, a little bit more difficult to negotiate this one on that slight slope.
Field now set for Van Vieren. We have deep square leg, slightly behind or on square maybe. We have fine leg, a rather square fine leg, bit off the fence, 5 off I think. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off, shortish extra cover, backward point. There's a guy patrolling on the cover fence, and we have a third man in place to start things off for Van Vieren.
We saw the Knights operate like this in the middle stages of their innings too. Van Vieren bowls.
Bit of extra pace there. Looks to be a bit quicker than the guys that have operated so far today for the Warriors. Nice high arm action. Hitting the deck hard and hitting Van Tonder's bat even harder.
Whips it in. Van Tonder whips it out square. Picked up by Abrams. Does enough to keep it down to just a single.
There's one more added to the total. Van Tonder now on 22, while Dikhale is on 15. The partnership currently sitting at 38 as the first drinks interval is coming ever so close.
Mini game currently taking place on the banks. Looks like a frying pan that's been used as a cricket bat. Don't think Mom will be too happy about that. He's nicked it, and that's the breakthrough that they needed. It's exactly why he's been brought into the attack, and Van Vieren does the business as Dikhale manages to find his outside edge, and the ball just leaving his bat a little bit on that slope, and Teshile does the rest behind the stumps.
Yeah, an excellent piece of bowling from Van Vieren. Angles in towards the right hander and off the wicket, just nips away. Nice edge at a nice catchable height for the keeper, and that wicket brings about the first drinks interval. The score now sitting at 70 for 3 after 17 overs, with Dikhale heading back towards the dugout. We will be right back after this drinks break.
An eventful over comes to an end. Saw not only a wicket but also a drinks break in between.
A bit of left arm cricket as Mnyaka continues. 2 left armers operating at this stage, and an excellent first over from Van Vieren. 1 over, 1 wicket, 1 run. Decent start.
He's bowling with a lot of pace.
He's really hitting the deck hard.
Van Biljon almost ate one his first delivery when he came to the wicket. As I look over to the grass embankment, it seems like we've managed to find a decent cricket bat. I think Mommy got tired of her non-stick pan being used as the willow in the middle. Van Tonder.
Once again, hitting the bat of Van Tonder hard. And Van Tonder's really technically sound.
Yeah.
One of the better technical batters, I'd say, around the circuit or the provincial setup in South Africa.
Very meticulous about how he goes about his game. He also keeps it's a little bit of a change room secret, this one, but he keeps this notebook inside of his bag, and after every net session, after every bat that he has in the middle, goes back and he writes into this little notebook of his. And maybe it's how he tracks his progress as the traffic of the African skies goes flying over.
So it's been a good, accurate over so far from Nyaka. It's 3 out of 3. He's bowled pretty much on the same spot. Captain Diego Rose would be hoping for more of the same. Dot ball's definitely building pressure, and might lead to them getting maybe an opportunity or two.
As Mnyaka runs away from us. A little bit of a tight line, another dot ball, and as I look up I see the scoreboard as well. Vianen just further reiterates what we've been saying about this night's top order. Klutter 7, Snyman 25. Don't be fooled, the 25 came off for 4 deliveries. Just about. Tchale 15, and Van Tonder is currently at the wicket on 22. Yet again failing to fire and put their team and middle order in a good position.
I think ITEC Knights would be hoping that Van Tonder can kick on and play a match-winning knock for his side. As we see Mnyaka continuing from our end. Nice tight bowling once again. Looking to close out the over from the commentary box end.
A lot of experience between the two in the middle at the moment, Van Tonder and Van Biljon. The Knights will be hoping that these two can just knuckle down a little bit. We saw a bit of a repair job being done once or twice throughout the Warriors innings, and they'll be requiring the same, all the Knights. Van Tonder looking to go on the drive again, inside edge, results in a dot ball. It ends the 19th, the Knights 70 for 3.
Oh, the 19th over being a maiden over. And the Warriors maybe just putting on a bit of pressure here, trying to get a few dot balls and just building a bit of pressure here. The 2 left-handers from the Warriors bowling well in tandem thus far. And the game sitting out 70 for 3 after 19 overs. Pretty much in the balance, maybe slightly tilting towards one or the other. What do you think, Sam?
I think the Warriors will be the happier of the two teams at the moment. But Van Biljon and Van Tonder in the middle, they'll be happy to see a bit of blue sky. As Van Vieren continues. Van Biljon goes on the drive. Unable to penetrate the field on the offside.
So if you were to pick one changing room in which you could be sitting right now?
At this very point in time, I'd rather prefer be sitting in the Warriors changing room. I think they'll feel that another wicket here will leave them in a very good position for the rest of this game, and the Knights in a deep spot of bother at only 70 for 3. They'd have been hoping they'd be around that 150, 160 mark by the loss of the 3rd wicket.
Van Vieren continues to nag away at that good back of a length, hard length, if you can call it that. He's really hitting the deck hard, hitting the splice of the bat, not giving away freebies at this stage. He's been good since coming on. I don't think a bumper is too far off here again. Two people situated out on the leg side fence with a deep square and fine leg in place.
Does enough to get this one down to third man. Runs the first one hard, but tidy fielding from Swanepoel. And what you're seeing there from Van Biljon is just trying to transfer a little bit of the pressure onto the fielding side and running that first one hard, seeing if they can get a fumble, turn a 1 into 2, perhaps maybe an overthrow, turn in the 2 into 3. And that's the kind of approach that the Knights will have to try and take now, with the boundaries drying up and the runs starting to dry up a little bit too. And also the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par going through the roof after the loss of another wicket. They'd be needing to find themselves on 88 if the rain came down. Van Tonder squeezes this one away into the offside to find a single.
Yeah, if you look at the bigger picture, actually, Sam, the thing is, I do think the Warriors are slightly ahead of the game, perhaps. If you look at Duckworth Lewis' score and all, and the way the game has gone leading into the middle overs and the end of the innings. If you look at it, they need 151 to win of 182, which is actually not that bad an equation looking at it.
You would back any batting team at this point in time. However, shot from Bart van Biljon, and this one might just find the fence. It's a cracking shot through the covers. He's come in with so much positive intent, running the first one hard. Even his defenses have been strong, and this time driving on the up through the covers. No chance for the fielder on the ropes.
The equation now going under 150. They now need 147 to win of 181. I do feel that Duckworth Lewis won't come into play. I do hope so. I don't want to put the mockers on it, but it looks like it's past us.
I've never trusted meteorologists, but they do say it's going to rain after 6 only. Van Biljon now managing this one. He's run that first one hard again. He's going to touch and turn, but decides against the second run. The Sheila wearing those almost short square leg pads underneath his pants, allows him a little bit more mobility.
Of course, a lot of cloud coverage around, so I wouldn't be surprised by rain, but as you alluded to, I do hope and think and believe that it will spare us to finish the game first. It does look to be the most probable of equations, as we see Beyers Swanepoel coming back for his second spell.
And at this stage, the Warriors had found themselves on 104 for 2. When you look at it, very capable batters that still have to come for the night. Patrick Buerta, Patrick Kruger, Aubrey Swanepoel. Those next 3 batters, along with the 2 at the wickets, extremely important for the ITEC Knights. The game will most likely be dictated upon how cheaply those wickets fall, if they fall. Swanepoel floats one up. Real loosener to get back into his second spell.
As you see, Van Biljon kindly accepting the foolish delivery and going for the drive.
He's come in and looked up the ante as the Proteas batter. Try and spark a bit of life into this night's innings. We've seen him do it on multiple occasions, and he's won many an innings for them by doing that.
Once again, good
Quick
running.
single and taking on the fielders.
If you were the bowling side now, where would you look to be? But if you were Beyers Swanepoel, Sam, where would you want to be bowling now? What were you targeting? What would your plan be to Reinhard van Tonder?
It would be to bog him down as much as possible. Get him, if he's driving, ask him to drive on the up. Bit of variation, cutters here and there. We've seen how the wicket behaves when that happens. And at the moment, what the 2 of them are doing are ticking the scoreboard over. They're running those first singles hard, trying to turn the 1s into 2s. And if you could just cramp him up a little bit, maybe middle and off kind of line, slightly back of length, hitting the deck hard, rolling the fingers over one or two of them, see if you can force him into a false stroke. But I think the most important to both these batters would be to try and eliminate those quick singles that they're taking. It's a good
Nicely
place to
fielded.
start.
Nicely fielded by Rosier at mid-off. And yeah, to come back to what we were saying, I think you're on the right track there. I think it, especially on this track with the bit of up and down bounce, if you can try and stay on that top of off hard length the whole time, with maybe one to pop or one to nip away and one to nip, then I think you're in business.
And with Van Biljon looking to up the ante as much as he has, doesn't necessarily need to be hitting the boundaries, but just to get a bit of positive energy and movement going. I think he's feeding off of the ones and twos that they're hitting around, and he's looks all too happy to knock away at the ones and twos as well. If you can try and limit it, get the dot balls going, perhaps try and build a bit of pressure, create a little bit of frustration, bog him down a little bit. Could even bring into question the possibility of a run out.
I think right about there is where I'd be aiming, that last delivery from Swanepoel. Another tidy over from Swanepoel. His figure's now 5 overs, 1 for 15, so going at threes. That's good. The score 80 for 3 after 21, and the partnership now sitting at 10. And it's been an energetic one, if I can call it that.
Speaking of energy, over on the grass banks, a entertaining game seems to be going on there. A bit of backyard, a bit of trash talk, a bit of banter between batsman and wicket keeper. A reverse sweep. And if there was an umpire out there, somebody would have been screaming for the leg before wicket.
I'd like to see a big slog sweep there from the batter.
Back into the middle. Van Vieren continues. Van Biljon drives, but he's squeezed it straight out at the fielder.
Struck rather firmly towards the cover point region.
Back on the B field, the action continues. Very young bowler who's bowling there now. Van Vieren. Into Van Tonder, he's spooned it, and this time around Stubbs hangs on. And Van Tonder has not thrown it away, he's gifted it away, driving on the up. That false stroke that we're speaking about a little bit earlier on, trying to up the ante as well, and it's come to his detriment.
We're in the midst of a very impressive spell here from Tiaan van Vieren. He's been bowling well, and good catch in the gully point region from Tristan Stubbs. This maybe tilts it slightly more in the favour of the Warriors. I do feel we're in for a close finish here today. This could still go either way, as we see the left-handed and experienced campaigner Pat Botha striding to the middle for the ITEC Knights.
24 for 50 deliveries for Van Tonder. Strike rate at a little under 50. He'll be disappointed because he was just seeming to get a start.
Van Tonder looked good. He looked solid. Played some of the more crisp cricket shots I've seen in a while. But as you said, giving it away. Good hard length, good accurate bowling from Van Vieren, maybe leading to dismissal. Bit of extra bounce and movement away from the bat, leading to that dismissal, and a good catch from Tristan Stubbs. This brings Botha to the crease. He batted well against the Western Province the other night. He scored 50, didn't he? Oh, he was one of the shining lights in a rather dismal performance, batting-wise.
They definitely need a 50 from him at this point in time, along with Protea Pite van Biljon on the other side of the field.
Patrick Botha, obviously the second left-hander in the ITEC Knights top 6.
A lot of work to do here for the home side. We spoke at the innings break that it was the Dafabet Warriors, who had plenty of work to do. And they've put in the yards thus far. Such as the ninth season, such as their season been, 1 or 2 drops of rain would pretty much sum it up for them as Berta negotiates this delivery towards Miron.
The wicket of Fantona, of course, pushing up the Duckworth Lewis pass score again. The required score now, if it were to rain and the game were to be called off, is the Knights were 109. So at this stage they're quite a stretch behind. But as I said, I think the weather would play along.
He seems to run in and bend his back a little bit more after every wicket that he picks up. Did the same thing after the drinks break, and delivery's getting to Pat Buerta in a flash. He's taking a bit of the inside edge of the bat as he looked to run that one down to third man, and a bit of groundwork and a bit of gardening between the two batters. Perhaps a chance for Van Biljon to whisper some positive messages towards Pat Buerta. Very capable left-handed batter. Tall, lanky, looks good on the drive. Gets himself in line, but throws out the rod and goes fishing outside the off stump.
Excellent bowling thus far from Van Vieren. He's been impressive today. And it's been a day of left-handers. Budaza bowled well this morning. Van Vieren now, Mjaka bowled economically. Ndwandwa's bowled well. So, left-handers day.
Perhaps then Pat Buerta with the chance of getting on the action as well. We'll see how it fares as we reach the end of that over as well. The Knights 81 for 4. They've seen a bit of a mini collapse here after 22 overs. And as that run rate climbs to 5.1.
Left-hand is obviously a huge luxury to have in your lineup, whether it be with bat or ball or in the field. And around the provincial setup in South Africa of late, we have really a bunch of left-arm quicks coming through. Who has impressed you the most this season especially?
By far the Janssen twins. Applied their trade here at the University of the Free State in Bloemfontein, Marco. And his brother Duan. Left-hand bowlers, right-hand batters. One of them, Marco, on tour with the Proteas at the moment. Had a pretty impressive run out in that warm-up match as well. That 4-day warm-up game. Match that also saw Gerald Coetzee picking up his first hat-trick for the Proteas. They've been really impressive.
Speaking of impressive, we have Bayer Swanepoel continuing from the commentary box end to former teammate and skipper at Free State, Pat Buerta.
It's well placed. They'll look to come back for the second. They're going to have to run hard if they are to make it. It's a direct hit, but the umpire has given it not out, and it looks like we could have some more overthrows here. It's gone all the way to the rope. So runs upon runs for the Knights. And this is something we spoke about earlier with Pat Van Biljon putting pressure on the fielders. Perhaps an overthrow. This one running all the way to the boundary rope and picking up an additional 4 runs.
Pat Buerta's hit that one for 6 within the inner ring. Very unlucky for the Warriors, especially for Bayer Swanepoel's figures. Excellent piece of fielding, direct hit throw, but unluckily running away to the fence for 4. Oh, nonetheless, big 6.
Big 6 that went all of 30 yards.
Oh, well, they say if you can place it, you can place it. Another left-hander down in Cape Town where there's a few left-armers. Parnell, Björn Hendricks, and Andre Berger. All 3 of them have bowled well this season.
Berta looking to thread the needle in that gap on the offside, but Tristan Stubbs doing enough to keep it down to a dot ball. I'm enjoying the positive approach and intent that these two batters have. Running runs hard, loud calling. Just reminding the Warriors that they're still there to put up a fight as Swanepoel runs away from us. Drives again, does Berta. Happy to take the single. Leslie Bangwepe trying to spur and urge his team on. Van Veeren there out on the boundary ropes. He's had a fantastic couple of overs that he's bowled 3 for 9, or 3 overs 9 for 2 rather. Swanepoel continues away from us.
Nicely bowled slow delivery from Swanepoel. Steer down towards the third man region to end his 6th over and the 23rd of the innings. The score now 90 for 4 after 23 overs. And this game actually situated rather nicely.
It's poised quite delicately for an interesting finish towards the back end of the game. And required run rate now climbing up to 5. Well, the Knights find themselves at just under 4. And does create an interesting prospect as to how the game is going to finish. But I think how this man wraps up his first spell will have a lot to say. It's Van Veeren now who's going to come running in for his 4th over. Comes towards us in the commentary box. Defended by Piet van Biljon.
Once again on that hard length, looking to angle the ball in, letting it straighten off the surface. I can't reiterate enough, he's been impressive today. He's bowled with good gas, he's bowled accurately. I don't think he's offered one loose delivery, to be honest.
The dot ball for Van Veeren. Warriors now starting to find a huff and puff of steam. It's all coming out of that man with the number 49 on his back. And he comes storming in towards Van Biljon. It's good running again from the 2 out in the middle, and you can hear it, appreciate it from the change room and the dugout. Applauding every single run at the moment. Perhaps starting to understand the desperation of how important every run now becomes.
Both teams, of course, desperate for their first win of the season.
Coming now over the wickets to left-handed Berta. Doing well again to run those singles hard and finding little gaps in the field. Might have come off the body, but runs nevertheless. And also what it's done for the Knights is that it's created that left-right combination, so the Warriors will have to spend a little bit more time in adjusting their field, unable to get through the overs as quickly as what they have been, and that pressure of a constant feeling of needing to move perhaps now being eliminated. Apart from Biljon also taking his time in setting up.
Van Veeren once again around the wicket to Van Biljon.
Goes on the drive, he's found the gap perfectly, that is 4 more. What an incredible shot from the Proteas batsman. A fine gap to thread a needle through, but he's done it.
Driven slightly uppishly by Van Biljon, but with immense power and precision through the gap for 4 more. And that moves the ITEC Knights score ever closer to 100.
96 for 4 now. as we approach the end of the 24th over. He goes again, this time to the right of the fielder who's sweeping on the boundary rope, but well tidied up by Abrams, who gets the throw back in to conclude the 24th over. The ITEC Knights 97 for 4.
It looks to be another change in the bowling. Looks like Abrams is going to bowl another spell from the commentary box end.
New bowlers for the Dafabet Warriors. Zion Abrams.
Wasn't very successful when he started his second spell from this side. He has only bowled 4 overs. He bowled 2 from the Loch Logan end. He bowled 2 a little bit earlier from this end.
Abrams to Famboyon.
Drives, gets the inside half of the bat, but also gets the gap in the field. And they'll look to run these two quite hard, with Swanepoel doing the tidying up towards the cow corner boundary.
It's 2 more added to the total. Famboyon now moving to 19, while Pat Buerta is on 7. The partnership now sitting at 18.
It's an important partnership that's starting to form for the ITEC Knights here. This is part of what is their rebuild. A little bit more controlled this time around. Looks like it could have been a slight change of pace there from Abrams.
Abrams once again in towards Famboyon.
Short and wide this time around, misfielded at point. Stubbs very unhappy with himself with that effort. Also brings up the 100 for the ITEC Knights, and they've done so in 147 deliveries, 24.3 overs that they've faced, 2 sixes, and we saw come off the bat of Jacques Snyman early in the innings. Looked like he was going to be giving a few of the spectators a bit of catching practice. That was short-lived.
Abrams now around the wickets to Pat Buerta. Again nagging away at that hard length. Nicely negotiated by Buerta.
Umpires asking the players to keep the ball off the ground, particularly inside the inner ring. The ball bouncing just in front of Swanepoel, having received it from Gwepe. As Abrams runs away from us again. Tied to line, and good fielding from the captain.
Abrams now nearing the end of his 5th over. He's gone for 32 in his 4.5 overs so far, picking up the wicket of who did he get out? He got Snyman. Caught a deep square leg after being put on the banks a couple of times. As Abrams in towards Buerta.
Early call of no with the looming Tristan Stubbs at backward point. It ends the over at 100 for 4 after 25.
Yeah, the ITEC Knights exactly halfway now. 100 for 4 after 25. You'd have to say they are on track to getting the runs. If they can bat through, they shouldn't have problems. The wicket column tends to be a problem at the best of times. As we see another change of bowling from the Loch Logan end. Looks to be Nyaka, who's coming on for another spell.
New bowler from the Bulgarian, Roman Yaka.
He's bowled tidily. He's bowled 5 overs, 0 for 15. Also going at 3s and over. In a game where the required rate is about 5, it's exceptional.
He's coming around the wicket again. Look to cramp from Billion up for space. Drives. Finds the fielder in the deep. From Veron takes care of business. Only a single.
Van has hit the ball well today. From the start, since the first ball, he's been hitting the ball cleanly. He's come out with intent. He's looked good. And the ITEC Knights will hope that he can see them through here today to get off the mark in this competition. Interestingly, we haven't seen Libba bowl halfway through this innings, and we've only seen the 5 overs of Ndwandwe. Rosier did indicate to Libba earlier on to warm up. Not getting a bowl as yet.
Running in from over the wicket to Pat Botha. Finds mid-off.
That was nice and crisply struck by Botha. Finding the fielder at mid-off. Botha now on 7. Rather steady start to his innings so far.
Yeah, he's been there long enough to have gotten a few good sighters. Batting with that fairly open stance of his. Triggers across, finds the outside edge. There's no slip in place and a very wide third man. This one's going to run over to the boundary ropes. They'll take them any way that they can get them at this stage, the ITEC Knights.
Yeah, it's once again well bowled by Mnyaka. Enticing the drive, reducing the edge, but no fielder in place to receive the catch. 4 more added to the total. Botha then moving on to 11. The score moving on to 105 as we see Mnyaka coming in from the Loch Logan end. Punched into the covers.
No ball signalled by the umpire. And an opportunity to take and steal a second run. They have been so proactive in their approach in the middle since Van Biljon came to the wicket. Not only that, but Pat Botha now with a chance to perhaps extend those long levers.
A bit of sloppy cricket there from the Warriors. But what this does is the fact that Botha is still on strike means that they cannot change the field, which makes life difficult for Mnyaka.
As it currently stands, only a deep square out along with a third man and a sweeper on the offside boundary.
Fancy is going short here.
He would have to, having not been able to change the field. Haven't seen him bowl short yet today. Goes with a fuller, slower ball. Finds the very toe, the very bottom of the toe on Botha's bat.
Nicely bowled wide Yorker there from Mnyaka. Good execution.
Trusting his skill and his ability to execute.
Had he missed his mark there.
They'd have been fishing it out of the pond in the Loch Logan waterfront as Mnyaka continues. This time around, better contact from Pat Botha. Unfortunately, straight back at the bowler.
That was nicely struck by Botha. Unfortunately, the bowler getting his way on the follow through as we see some running repairs coming onto the park in the form of water, gloves, and the team doctor for Piet van Biljon. Probably some trouble with that finger.
You remember he took quite a hefty blow fielding in the covers in the first innings. Bit of that magic spray we spoke about earlier.
Few pain pills. Good rub and a high five and you're there.
might be hearing a few sirens. I don't think Van Biljon's hand injury is that serious. Done pretty well, these two together thus far. Partnership of 27, looking to rebuild the Knights innings. Van Biljon on 21. Pat Boert has moved off that 7 that he was stuck on for a while. Finds himself at 13 runs at the moment. The ITEC Knights 108 for 4 of 26, requiring a further 115 from 144 deliveries. And now just 9 runs off that Duckworth, Lewis and Stern par.
Do you think that 6 Pat Boerta hit is indicated as 6s? Or is it in the boundaries column? Or where do they indicate that?
I had to find out from the scorers how they would write that one down.
One of the more controlled 6s I've seen in my life.
Tucked off under the armpit, dropped onto the square leg rope.
As the Abrams continue.
It's short, it's wide from Biljon, not making all the good contact that he wanted to make with it.
Abrams now into his 6th over.
Ngwepe negotiating with his team in the process that they just need one more wicket. It would bring in a very destructive Pat Kruger to the wicket. Short ball, left alone.
Well directed short ball from Abrams. Van Biljon lets it go by. The Duckworth Lewis par score now 117. The Knights currently sitting at 108 for 4, and this is the 27th over. The equation being 115 runs needed of 142 balls. As we see Abrams continue.
It's well negotiated that. It's gone extremely fine. A lot of work to do down at third man. Fumble enough for Van Biljon to turn and take a second run, and that's what we've been talking about as far as the positive intent is concerned. Appreciated by Pat Boerta along with the rest of the Knight squad in the change room. It's adding 2 more runs to the total.
Now that moves Van Biljon to 23. Of course, in this inning so far, Van Tonner has got 24 and Snyman 25.
We saw a 45, a 45 and a 46 in the first innings. I'm not going to say anything anymore. It's a great looking shot, but even better fielding. Vian Libber out there at cover.
Excellent fielding there from Libber. Definitely saving his side 4 more. Sam, I have to say, I'd rather be in this side that has a bunch of 40s than a bunch of 20s.
Oh, there's a possibility of one of these 20s kicking on.
Yeah, from an ITEC Knights perspective, they desperately hope that one of these two, if not both of them, kick on and see the side through. As we see fine leg coming up and long on dropping down to the fence. Bayer Swanepoel patrolling out on long on. And looks like Van Vieren out on the deep square boundary. In front of the castle corner. Nicely bowled back of there and slow ball by Abrams.
Would have liked to see him bowl another regulation delivery. Just to keep Van Biljon guessing as to why he would have dropped that man out there.
I thought it was going to be a slow ball, but not necessarily immediately. And I don't think Van Biljon would necessarily hit it in the air towards long on. In the situation we are at the moment, as we see Abrams coming in once again. Hitting the deck hard, which has been the length that has worked today. That line and length, hitting the deck hard, forcing the batsman to hit square of the wicket. It has been the better length, I feel. As the 27th over comes to an end. The score now 110 for 4 after 27. The partnership now sitting at 29. And the equation 113 to win of 138 deliveries. Not much in it really.
It's a very close game, a very close contest. It's going to set up a entertaining end to this game. And we called it from the beginning. And both these sides are relatively equally poised, even as far as log standings are concerned. And we're set to have a very interesting finale to this game. A couple of changes being made to the field now. Bay Swanepoel comes up into the ring to a short fine leg. Third man drops out. Nyaga to Puerta. And all the extra bat on that, and you could have seen that run away to the boundary.
Can't see Swanepoel being all that happy coming up and then having to go fetch it down his final leg. Once again, we're seeing long on back, well, the previous delivery for Pat Puerta. As we see Puerta calling for
Another
new bat.
wallow.
Third man and final leg back now for Van Bouillon. We have deep square leg, slightly in front of square, and we have a deep-ish cover point there in front of castle corner. As Miyaka changes again to around the wicket. I do think he should only be targeting the top of off region, Sam.
Coming towards us now. It's more of a top of a middle and leg. But, well negotiated by Van Bouillon.
You wouldn't want to be missing that one. I think ideally, they always say if the batsman misses, you should be hitting.
Yeah.
So I think he's on the right track there. Yaka now 6.2 overs, 0 for 23, as he continues from the Loch Logan end. Tristan Stubbs playing a bit of one up, one hand there in the covers. As another dot ball is added for Miyaka.
It's also been a bit of the Knights' worry throughout the season. The amount of dot balls that they've accumulated in their innings while batting. So one space you don't want to have too many dot balls is when you're chasing games. It's a situation that they found themselves in quite a lot.
You see a few clouds just building up there towards the left-hand side of the screen. As Miyaka comes again from the Loch Logan end.
Van Bouillon drives again, but finds Ngwepe at extra cover.
Sam, I do feel the clouds aren't as threatening at this stage.
Well, let's not tempt them. We've been saying things in the commentary box today, and the opposite's been happening. So we want to hope for them to stay away. But Clouds, if you're listening, you may now block your ears. But we do hope that they can stay away in order for us to get a game in. Because if one of them does open up now, the Knights will be in a spot of bother. 8 runs behind the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern pass score.
Miyaka in from the Loch Logan end.
And will be given as wide.
Miyaka helps the ITEC Knights off of Nelson. The score now 112 for 4. And the equation to win 111 of 134 balls.
Not quite off the Nelson then.
From the one to the other. We hope from the Nelsons.
If you're a Knight supporter, now would be the time to lift one leg off the ground.
But Van Bouillon says there is no such thing in play. Tucks that off his legs.
Ends the over 113 for 4 after 27.
It's
In fact, before the end of the over, it's running repairs. Having a look at those looming clouds again around the ground, and see, this is why I say I don't trust meteorologists, because 6 o'clock is a very long way away, as we've only hit 4 o'clock now, and 1 or 2 clouds threatening to break. It's ominous scenes for the ITEC Knights as they look around the ground, but it's one of the things that Pat Van Bouillon won't want to concern himself with too much at this point in time. As Abraham said to continue the new over.
Abrahams to Van Bouillon.
Short. It's been hit hard, straight down the fielder's throat. Would you believe it? Straight down his throat. He did not have to move an inch. Van Bouillon stands in despair at the middle of the wicket. He cannot believe it himself.
Well, My word, he hit that like a rocket. That was nearly head height. Straight towards the cow corner region, or well, the castle corner region where Tiam van Vieren was situated. Takes a nice and comfortable head height catch, and Van Boyon has to go for 24, and another 20 is added to the total.
I told you we shouldn't have spoken about the 20s.
The score now 113 for 5 after 28.1, and that sees the end of Van Boyon's innings. He did look good, but gives it away at a crucial time for his side. That will see an experienced Patrick Kruger coming to the wicket. That sees Patrick Kruger come to the wicket. Abrams now picking up his second wicket of the day. His figures now 6.1 overs, 2 for 34. And we are into the all-rounders for the ITEC Knights. Patrick Kruger doing a bit of gardening, taking his guard, and Abrams to continue. He starts off with a wide, just slightly angled down leg, and the umpire indicates that it is a wide ball. The Duckworth Lewis pass score now jumping to 137. The ITEC Knights just seem to be staying behind the Duckworth Lewis pass score. Every time they come close, they seem to be lose a wicket. As Abrams hits the bat hard, and Patrick Kruger facing his first delivery.
Now the two pats for the ITEC Knights now come together at the wicket.
Abrams from the commentary end.
Warriors now with the head of steam up and starting to find that spark again that they were searching for.
I do feel the Warriors are a bit ahead in the game now. Probably a 60-40 split now in the favour of the Warriors. I don't know, what do you feel? 60-40, is it fair?
As far as the game itself goes of cricket, you'd want to back the batting side in an equation like this, but we've seen the ITEC Knights middle order struggling for form as Abrams beats the outside edge. We've seen them struggling for form throughout the season, and as an ITEC Knight supporter, you'd want to sit there thinking to yourself, yeah, they've got this in the bag. And as a neutral, you're saying, if form's anything to go by, there's a bit of trouble here for the ITEC Knights. Abrams again. Kruger shuffles down the wicket after having played and missed in the last delivery.
What counts in the Knights' favour at this stage is probably the fact that they bat low. Pretorius is listed to come in at 9, and he's more than capable of the bat. He has played a bunch of innings that has won games for the Knights. As we see Abrams nicely dealt with by Kruger, which ends Abrams' 7th over, which was a good one. The score now 114 for 5 after 29, and two relatively new batters at the crease, with Buerta sitting at 13. Not all that new at the crease, but Patrick Kruger just making his way out to the middle, And the ITEC Knights will hope that the Pats can see them through here.
Tough task for the two Pats who've come together, Kruger and Buerta. Buerta now currently on strike as a left-hander. Speaking of left-handed Van Vieren had an outstanding spell, 4 for 15, or 4 overs, 2 for 15 rather, in his first spell. He's now been brought back into this attack.
I do feel this is a game-changing spell that's coming here. In either way it goes.
A very important part of the game as he comes running in, Van Vieren. Buerta now looking for a drive inside half of the bat. It's a relatively big gap in that offside.
I think it's been left there to maybe force Pat Buerta to try and hit square where we can close the face of the bat and bring that inside edge into play. It's the same thing that happened to Jan Libbe earlier this morning. We saw 2 or 3 inside half of the bats before Jock Snyman cleaned him up.
A little bit straighter this time around. He's missed out on another one. The second time the ball's come off his pad like that. I'll shimmy through for a single or a leg by.
It does look like he's rushing them a bit with pace, eh? Maybe just skidding on a bit more, hurrying them up a bit more than they think. He is hitting the deck rather hard.
And I think the difference of what we're seeing is when the likes of Michael Pretorius and Mulelo Putaza, when they were running in and hitting the deck hard, is that the ball seemed to sponge a little bit when the Knights were bowling. And you're looking at it now in the second innings, and again it's almost a completely different wicket, it would seem. And skidding on and shooting through. Perhaps now the first indication of that softish bounce where the ball kind of plugs just a fraction in the wicket, but Pat Kruger happy to let that one through.
Van Vieren has such a nice action. He's hitting the deck hard, getting it to generate some pace and bounce off the wicket. Not giving me anything to drive. He's been impressive today.
Short ball, well negotiated by Pat Kruger, turned around the corner to square leg. Had one doing the tidying up in the fielding on the square leg fence. Any last ray of sunshine has now departed us here at the Mangaung Oval. The wind picking up ever so slightly. Buerta looking to negotiate Van Vieren.
Once again, nicely bowled by Van Vieren. There's one delivery left in this over. This being Van Vieren's 5th over. Already 2 wickets taken. And 2 important wickets at that. What do you fancy this last ball? Give us a call there.
Stick to what's working.
Not a
Top of
bumper.
off. It's a little bit unnecessary at this point in time.
I hope he goes for the bumper here.
Shows him a straight bat and drops it straight back in front of him to end the over. 116 for 5 are the ITEC Knights, needing 107 from 120 deliveries.
And it looks like we'll have a bit of spin from the commentary box end. There's a change of ends from after his first spell for Tsepo Ndwandwa. He will be bowling from the commentary box end. The score now 116 for 5 after 30 overs. The equation being 107 runs the Knights lead of 120 balls. If it so happens to rain now and the game is called off, the Knights will lose the game because the par score is now sitting at 140. I hope we can get a game in here.
It would be promising if we do get the full game in, because it's shaping up to be a very entertaining finish. It would be the Knights' highest score this season.
Once again, well bowled. Ndwana bowling the ball into the wicket. Getting a bit of purchase maybe. Just stopping a bit in the wicket. As Kruger punches it out towards the cover point region for single. The left-handed Patrick Botha now on strike. Ndwana continuing around the wickets.
Botha looking to eliminate absolutely everything that comes out of that, and Bayes Wonderful trading his cricket throw for a softball pitch. Oh, that's the sign of a player who's enjoying his cricket.
Ndwana to continue. A bit of purchase there off the surface.
Tristan Stubbs in the long off boundary just in front of us. Flatter this time, shorter this time. Patrick Kruger dismisses with intent. It's gone all the way and it's hit the fence. 6 runs, and vital 6 runs for the ITEC Knights. We saw how a bit of a free hit was what sparked Diego Rozier's innings into effect. Could that be the same for Patrick Kruger rather, the right-hander? Does well to flick the wrists through to push this one down to Tristan Stubbs, who's at long off.
He's been busy today in the field, Tristan Stubbs. The ball's been following around. He's quite a good fielder. I was quite surprised to see him put down that first chance. Drive to continue.
Shorter again, flicked away off the pads by Pat Botha. Also, that brings an end to the over. Steady one of them that have been bowled. 125 for 5. And also what that 6 did is it took the required runs below 100. Knights now needing 98 from 114 deliveries.
Looks to be from Viren, will be continuing from the Loch Logan end. He has bowled rather good today. 5 overs, 2 for 16. And I see a slip being put in place. Jan Libbe is situated at second slip there for Patrick Kruger.
He's punched it into the gap and they've taken off immediately. Again, trying to transfer a little bit of that pressure onto the fielding side. Stealing a single. Also what it does is, again, left-hand, right-hand combination at the wicket, so a full change in field will be required. Four players outside the ring. Remain the same 4 players that Van Vuuren's had for majority of this power play. Sweeper on the offside. Very wide third man. Fine leg in a deep square. Digs this one in short, and he's been rushed again on the leg side, has Pat Botha. Bayes Swanepoel looking to do the tidying up on the fine leg fence. They'll come around for 2 more, perhaps coming off the glove.
It's just getting a bit darker here around the Mangaung Oval. As we see Van Vuuren steaming in again from the Loch Logan end.
Short, wide, slapped away with intent from Botha. They're going to have to push hard for this one. Kruger in a bit of trouble on the far end and unable to find the stumps was Van Vuuren, and much to the delight of the Knights dressing room. Heavily applauded those 2 runs.
Once again, some excellent work on the fence there by Jordan Herman, who has had a very busy afternoon on the fence. He's been occupied rather frequently.
Finds a bit more bat on this one. Swanepoel with a lot of work to do at fine leg and covers enough ground. I'll come back for the second. It's good running. Swanepoel looks like he might have done himself a bit of a mischief to that right hand of his.
Looks to be a bit of damage on the pinky.
Perhaps maybe caught the grass in on that slide. Doesn't look too bothered. They'll be required to come back and do a little bit more bowling.
Yeah, Swanepoel, of course, 6 overs, 1 for 25. So still 4 overs in the bank. As we see Van Vieren continuing from the Lochlogan end.
Puerto now with a little bit more contact. There's a mix-up in the middle. And a misfield out at mid-on, but only yielding the one single.
The crowd here at the Mangaung Oval getting rather vocal here in the afternoon. As the Warriors gift Patrick Botha a single there, an opportunity and some relief to get off strike.
I saw Van Vieren was struggling a little bit to adjust that line, those last 2 deliveries that he's bowled. In fact, the last 3 deliveries that he bowled, all on the leg side of Pat Botha. We'll see how he adjusts to Pat Kruger.
Nicely negotiated by Kruger, which brings an end to the 32nd over. Van Vieren now completing 6 overs, 2 for 24, as we see another Knights batsman moving into...
Stop it!
The score now 133 for 5 after 32, and the partnership now, oh, would you believe it, 20, and the equation 90 of 108 deliveries. The required score for Duckworth Lewis Paul is now 143, and it is Ndwandwa who will be continuing from the commentary box end.
Yeah, starting to close that gap on that Duckworth Lewis and Stern. I might just see those LEDs in the corners of the stadium switch on soon. Botha down the ground, absolutely lambastes the ball back over the umpire and bowler's heads and finds the boundary ropes. 4 more to start the over, and pressure now straight onto the bowler.
And there was light.
I promise I did not phone the head groundsman. I think he might have just heard something though. But those LEDs now coming on as it gets darker around the Mangaung Oval. Down the leg side, given as a wide. Botha looking to exploit that offside field again, manages to get a single.
That now makes Patrick Botha the top scorer of the innings, and puts Patrick Kruger back on strike. As we see long on being dropped back.
It's 5 from this over already. All they need to do now is just nudge it around the park, a couple more singles, see if they can pick up 8 or 9 without any risk. But it's short and wide, so of course Patrick Kruger's going to throw the kitchen sink at it, but manages only to find a had one on that deep point boundary.
Halfway through the over now. Score sitting at 140.
Oh, that is so well bowled. Beaten in flight, beaten in turn. That is incredible bowling from the left armour.
Very nicely bowled there by Ndwandwa. But a little bit slower, a little bit more air. Getting Botha to come forward and beating the outside edge.
You can see that Butch has probably targeted this over to up the ante a little bit. Goes again, this time through the offside. Picked up and fielded by the Sibangwepe. You might have seen a bit of a shift in brightness. That's because those LEDs are now in full power, barring one or two on each pylon. Do not look into the light, Vian. Kruger now, the great shot. A lot of work for Swanepoel to do on the long on boundary, but cuts it off very well. Keeps it down to just a single. That's also what ends the over. 142 for 5 now the Knights are after 33. And that required score comes down to 81 from 102.
The Knights, of course, now only 4 runs behind the Duckworth Lewis par score, sitting at 142 for 5. And the partnership sitting at 29. Kruger sitting on 12. And he has hit the ball rather crisply this afternoon.
He's unable to find the gaps and hitting it as hard as what he has.
Van Vieren to continue from the Loch Logan end. This will be 7th over.
Short. Paddled away towards fine leg. Rwanda does the fielding that side.
One well-directed short ball from Van Vieren. He's been good and aggressive. I think we're nearing the second drinks break. We should be. As we see Van Vieren once again in towards Botha. Hits the bat hard. With drinks coming ever closer, stoppages in play haven't been good for the batting sides all day.
Seen wickets falling either side of drinks breaks throughout the game, even in the Warriors innings. Saw Vian Libber falling victim to one of them too. So Pat Botha faces up to Van Vieren. That's a very well bowled delivery, and he's poking and fiddling his Botha.
Van Vieren's been good. He's been good all day, good and accurate. I can't recall him really missing his mark all day. He's been on the good length, and when he's been short, he's been really short and well directed. So it's been impressive stuff from him, and when his side really needed it most.
Manages to get the slightest of bat onto it. Oh, it's been given as leg buys. Oh, you can see it because Botha's got a bit of a hobble going on the far side of the pitch.
Probably just sliding a bit down leg there. Well directed Yorker.
See him there on your screen. He's got a bit of a hobble. Yeah, it's hit him. It's hit him hard. Would have been that back leg as he lifted it, trying to clip the ball away. Van Vieren continues. So.
Nicely driven there by Kruger. Unfortunately finding the fielder at mid-off.
It's been the story of his innings.
I think this is the last over before the drinks interval, as the third umpire nears the rope. One ball to come in this, the 34th over. Van Vieren from the Loch Logan end.
He's negotiated that one through the gap and picks up a single that the entire team sitting in the dugout will appreciate. And also that brings about a well-earned drinks break for the players and the umpires. The Knights find themselves 145 for 5 after 34, requiring a further 78 to win from 96. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the drinks break here at the Mongawong Oval, and it's Bay Swanepoel who starts things after the drinks break with Patrick Kruger shimmying down the wicket, maneuvering the ball down to deep square leg. He's also got now a third man, a fine leg and a cover point, deep cover point. Boundary riders that are circling for Swanepoel. Well negotiated by Botha.
Yeah, the equation now 77 the ITEC Knights require of 95 deliveries. Setting at 146 for 5 of the 34.2. Botha going nicely at 27 and Kruger at 15. The partnership sitting at 33 as we see Swanepoel continuing from the commentary box end.
For the sake of every ITEC Knight supporter, I refuse to comment on how the batters are doing at this point in time. Sky is getting a little bit darker, but relief for the ITEC Knights because the darker clouds do seem to be moving away from the stadium. Swanepoel in again, and Botha unable to find any space in those covers.
The Pats have steadied the ship a bit here for the ITEC Knights. And very important passage of play these next 4 or 5 overs in the game.
What do you think the message would have been from as Botha pulls that short ball away behind square? Lots of work for Herman to do. Botha turns back for the second. Makes it quite comfortably in the end. It's good running from Patrick Botha. Well appreciated by his team. JP Trichard, who's the Knights coach. What do you think the words would have been from him in that drinks break?
I can only imagine it would be to keep the fight up. Maybe just fight for everyone, see it through, take it deep, and just keep ticking the board over. I think that's what the call would be for. And the same from the Warriors camp. I think they'd like to see a bit of fight from their boys here. Just fight to save every run, and at the end of the day, the side that wants it more in this game is going to win it.
As we look at that equation starting to become less and less. 75 required from 90.
As we see the helmet making its way off the park.
It gives you the idea that we won't be seeing spinners for a while.
Now the score now 148 for 5 after 35. As Van Vieren will be continuing from the Loch Logan end. All the bowlers used thus far, having bowled 7 overs. Van Vieren now to bowl his 8th.
Botha gets Kruger rather gets himself in line, but unable to get past that inner ring. Ngwepe doing the tidying up at mid-on.
Van Vieren steams in.
Oh my word! Past a flying Stubbs at backward point, and boundary. 4 more for Patrick Kruger and 150 up for the ITEC Knights.
Patrick Kruger has cut that away with some power. And for a moment there, brief moment, might have felt Tristan Stubbs in the game there. Very good effort. Might have been fingertip stuff, but 4 runs nonetheless added as the 150 comes up for the ITEC Knights.
DJ getting a little bit happy with the music. Kruger goes again, slaps this one though straight to, oh no, it's been misfielded.
Once again, not the first time today. We've seen a bit of a fumble there in the mid-off region.
So Kruger who found those runs and not Botha.
Van Vieren halfway through his 8th as he comes barging in from the Loch Logan end.
Whip that away down to the leg side. Finds a single, appreciated by his teammates in the dugout and in the change room.
The ITEC Knights going along rather nicely now, ticking the board over as Botha moves into the 30s.
Good, he's out of the 20s now. I can start speaking about him batting again.
Well, moving out of the 20s, he has been replaced by the other bat. Van Vieren.
He's chipped that one up and over cover. And they'll come back for the second. Still looking relatively calm, however, is Patrick Kruger. And perhaps showing there that Van Vieren might have rolled his fingers over that last ball, drawing him into the shot a little bit early, sticking in the wicket.
Van Vieren in towards Kruger to complete his over.
And Kruger spews this one out to Swanepoel at third man. And a single to end the 8th Van Vieren over. He's 35 for 2. The ITEC Knights 157 for 5. They require a further 66 from 84.
It looks to be Swanepoel or Abrams converging.
Swanepoel without the cap on. Hands it over to Rosier.
And Swanepoel will be continuing from the commentary box in. He will now be bowling his 8th over.
Looking to up the ante a little bit is Kruger. A little bit more disdain shown in that shot.
Swanepoel, of course, 7 overs, 1 for 27. As he continues to Patrick Kruger. Good line and length.
A few of the Warriors field is finding their voices now. Very, very risky from Kruger. Swanepoel looking to tighten up the screws a little bit for the Warriors.
Swanepoel once again nagging away at that line and length. Just trying to squeeze a few dots here. Build a bit of pressure on the ITEC Knights.
It's a much better looking cricket shot that from Patrick Kruger. Probably the first textbook cricket shot that he's played in this over.
This over so far 4 dot balls. 2 more to come. One has to feel something's going to happen here.
Well, either the bowler or the batter have to break, and seems to be the batter because Kruger's gone walkabout to try and force something to happen. Looks like Dashila behind the wickets might have done himself a bit of an ugly. Not too sure who those birds are cheering for.
Well, they're quite chirpy.
Kruger now with another flick of the wrist, but Rosier doing the tidy work, and Swanepoel with something to say about it as well. It wraps up the 37th over, 157 for 5.
And a maiden over. The 37th being a maiden. Bay of Swanepoel figures now 8 overs, 1 for 27. And the equation 66 of 78. And the score now sitting at 157 for 5 to 37. And the partnership now 44.
We see a few families out in the stands and a bit of a backyard game that's going on that side, under the trees. Subsequently on our B field, the other game that was going on at the Frying Pan has seen stumps being called as we see a change of bowler.
It's now Abrams, I think.
Abrams comes back into the attack.
Once again, well bowled. It does look like the Knights are trying to force something here. Maybe up the ante, maybe try and get a few away. Make a dent in the required runs. They are ahead of Duckworth Lewis at this stage.
By a solitary run. Also, what they won't want to do is have this game carry out all the way into the end. If they can get ahead of the rate, they'll try to. It's Pat Buerta trying to force the issue a little bit. That ball perhaps not getting up as high as he thought it would. It creeps in underneath the bat and past that off stump. You see a change in field with Swanepoel, who was at fine leg, coming into the ring. And Lesibangwepe, who was at mid wicket, going out to Kyle Corner. And we've got Kyle Corner at deep square, a sweeper on the offside along with the third man. It looks like the slower ball bouncer that was bowled. Bit of a double bluff from Abrams.
Abrams just needs to be careful for his toes there. Dug in rather short. One for the over signal by the umpire.
Oh, slow ball. Will he get around? It's going to land in no man's land, and it's safety for Pat Buerta, who is livid with himself, wanting to have gone straight with that one, instead swung across the line. He probably thank his lucky stars he caught the toe end of the bat. It didn't carry to anyone, but got enough of the toe to carry it over mid-on. The left-right hand combination coming into effect. A few changes in the field. Fine leg comes into the circle. Kyle Corner goes out, perhaps indicating that there could be another slower ball along the way.
Abrams to continue.
Digs it in short. It's a slower ball bouncer. He's managed to get a bit of bat on it, but it hasn't carried to the keeper. Ball's already on its way down, coming past Pat Kruger.
One more delivery to come in the over. Abrams would ideally like to finish out the over.
Straighter this time, flicked off the pads, looking to dissect the two fielders in the deep. And the work is done by Herman, who does the initial tidying up. The two batters will come back for two to end the over.
That's the end of the 38th over. The score now 160 for 5. And the ITEC Knights still ahead of the Duckworth Lewis par score, with the equation being 63 runs that is required of 72 deliveries. As you see a change of bowling from the commentary box end, it is Nyaka who will be bowling his 8th over. And he will be bowling to Pat Buerta. Pulled
slapped
away.
across to the leg side.
Nicely struck by Buerta. And they come through for a single.
Fuller this time around, but flicked away through to that car corner region. What great timing from Pat Kruger, and he finds the gap and also finds a boundary rope. Another 4 runs for the ITEC Knights.
That fall also brings up the 50 partnership for the two batters in the middle, the two Pats. The partnership 52 runs of 64 deliveries. And the score now 165 for 5 after 38 overs. Nyaka to continue to Kruger.
Shows a straight back this time.
Two deliveries to come in this, the 39th over. The Warriors would dearly like to take a wicket here.
Big shot and slapped into the offside. Picked up by the sweeper fielder. Herman and Libba out on that boundary. .55 required from 67. Game drawing a little bit closer, and you can perhaps anticipate that's why the ITEC Knights have decided to up the ante. Bat onto the pad. They looked around the first one hard. He's reasonably decided to turn down the second.
That brings an end to Nyaka's 8th over. He has 8 overs, 0 for 32. While the score now sits at 167 for 5 after 39 overs. So this upcoming over now being the last of the second power play. With the equation being 56 runs needed of 66 deliveries, and the ITEC Knights being ahead of the Duckworth Lewis score. That of course will change if a wicket falls. But at this stage, the ITEC Knights going along rather nicely.
They've spent 2 games hoping that the rain doesn't fall. Someone's probably doing a rain dance back inside the Knights change room at the moment, hoping that one of the clouds break. Abrahams continues to Buerta. Bit of a mix-up in the middle between the two Pats in the misfield. Another one from Stubbs, and just hasn't been his day in the field today.
As we see the field change around for the right-handed Patrick Kruger, who is now on strike.
Of course, the Knights were set a target of 223, having bowled out the Warriors for 222. With a couple of overs left in their innings. Short, slower ball, and Kruger paddles it down to the square leg boundary, where it's tidied up by Herman. Spent most of the game on that fence today.
And he's been busy.
Speak about the importance of having the right fielders in the right places, and he's managed to cover a lot of ground in that area, having fielded most of it alone. Done enough to keep runs down where needed. So Abrahams continues to Buerta. Short, slow ball again. Buerta this time manages to punch it down towards cow corner, where there is a fielder waiting. Weber does the tidying up this time around for the Warriors.
Abraham's now halfway through his ninth. And Rosie has been good with the changes in his bowling. Only utilising the 5 bowlers thus far.
What they've managed to do is Abrahams runs in, and that one's going to be given wide. We did ask him to watch his toes in the last over that he bowled. What those bowling changes have managed to do is keep a lid on the Knights batters. We've seen a couple of overs where they've shown intent to try and get out further ahead of the rate. The bowling changes just haven't allowed them to do so. I won't be surprised if we don't see Abrahams bowl another over after this. That's a great looking cricket shot, but the question is, will it beat the ring? The answer is no. Guepe tied his up at mid-off. Just a single.
I think if you look back at the game, and if the ITEC Knights manage to get over the line here, the Warriors would be really disappointed, seeing as the way they were going, they didn't at least make 250. Seeing as if they had made 250, the equation now would be 81 of 62, which is a much more daunting task than as is at the moment.
Puerta looking to thread through, unable to get the ball past Stubbs. And also you look at it and you look back at the Warriors innings where at one stage they were looking like they were going to get about 260, 270 odd before a collapse in the middle order. It took a little bit of rebuilding, which took some time as well. I would have felt that they left about 50 runs out in the middle. Abrahams to Puerta, another slower ball bouncer. It has been given wide.
He's really been digging them in short here.
I saw every player inside the circle for the Warriors after that wide was given with hands on hips. Looking a little bit like there was a bit of disbelief.
It has been difficult to get away the back of the length deliveries.
As you can see, he's bowled another one, aiming at the bails, just above the bails, dot ball. And also brings about the end of the Abrams over. 173 for 5 rather, from 40. 10 overs remain. And it was also at around this stage that we thought that the Warriors were poised to score at least another 70 odd runs. And the Warriors have structured it such that only 50 more are required as we go into this, the third power play of this innings.
Bit of spin bowling. As we see Ndwandwa coming again from the commentary box in. He has 3 overs to bowl. Of the last 10, he should be bowling 3.
Well, they'll have to bowl out all 5 bowlers at this stage.
If this goes down to the wire, he would have to bowl 3 of these last 10 overs. Van Vieren 2, Nyaka 2, Swanepoel 2, and Abrams has only the 1 over left.
Kruger looking to manufacture some space. You start to feel the tension a little bit throughout the field. So, back end of this game draws ever nearer.
As you see Ndwandwa continue from the commentary box in.
That's a great shot there from Puerta, but only as far as the deep backward square leg.
Which brings the right-handed Patrick Kruger back on strike to face up to Ndwandwa. And one has to get the feeling that Patrick Kruger might look to take on the left-arm spin of Ndwandwa. He's punched hard towards long on, where Swanepoel does the tidying up.
Whips it in, back to the bowler. Single taken. 176 for 5 now. 47 required from 57. It draws closer and closer. Does it between these two sides.
As you see Ndwandwa continue to Puerta. Puts him
There's
down.
an edge. He's halfway down the track. He's dropped it. He's missed the stumping. The Warriors' fielding has been a cause for concern today. And all of a sudden, this deftness just falls across the entirety of the field for the Warriors. And you can see that the wicketkeeper, Sinek Dashile, is still quite annoyed with himself after having missed a double opportunity to get rid of Pat Botha, who's now on 37. Kruger up to 34.
Was that the game? Right there.
Looking to go hard. There's a big call for yes, but sent back. And you can see he's hobbling a little bit already. Very good question, that, Vian. It's hard to tell, really.
I think it would have been nice from a Warriors perspective if that had been a wicket.
It would have changed the complexion of the match, that's definitely sure. It would have been a lot less tight than what it already is. Perhaps would have swung momentum through in favour of the Warriors. Sinek Dashile looking for a place where the ground will open up and swallow him whole at this point in time.
Well, the equation now 46 needed, or 54 deliveries. The Knights sitting at 177 for 5 after 41, and the partnership now 64, and they've gone about it rather nicely up until that point.
And maybe the call for Rosier here to try and break the deadlock with Van Vieren. Botha gets himself into line, nudges the ball down to Kyle corner. Every run now greatly appreciated by the ITEC Knights players and their fans and supporters.
As we see the field change for the right-handed Patrick Kruger that is now on strike. Van Vieren, of course, bowling his 9th over now.
He's 36 for 2 in the 8.1 overs that he has bowled, which has been quite impressive. It just begs the question of will it be enough by the time they get to the end of the game. As we see a change in the field, Kyle corner comes up from the rope and fine leg drops. Perhaps a short ball. It's cut away. And Kruger picks up a single.
The field once again needing to change now as the left-handed Patrick Botha is on strike.
There's been plenty of up and down with this left-right combination.
Van Vieren to continue from the Lochlogan end.
Botha slaps through the covers. 4 more! An important 4 runs for this ITEC Knight side. Not only does it take Botha into the 40s, but it also just chips away even further at that required run total that is needed. It takes Botha to 42 and the total needed to win to 40. And it could be more of a story to tell here. Botha batting through whatever is the issue that's happening. He's hobbling around and gritting teeth. The ball seems to pick up, but you can see he's very uneasy. He's not walking comfortably at all.
Perhaps on that heel that Van Vieren hit earlier.
Botha now hobbling his way back to the wicket. 40 needed from 50. Doing a wide search of the field, trying to see who's in, who's out. Third man, sweeper, Kyle corner and a square leg. As Van Vieren aborts his run up. There's also a wide long one that's out. Big shout of no ball coming out of the crowd. Negotiates that one down for a single. Does Bueta. Brings Kruger back onto strike. He's on 35.
One ball remaining in the over. The Warriors would really like an opportunity here.
How sweet would a boundary be for the ITEC Knights? And how valuable a wicket would be for the Dafabet Warriors. It's none of the above as Tristan Stubbs tidies up at backward point. It is a dot ball to end the over. Might have done himself a bit of a mischief. As the 42nd comes to an end. 184 for 5.
It looks to be a bit of running repairs here for Patrick Bueta as the team medic comes onto the park. And Dwandwa to continue to Patrick Bueta from the commentary box end. That is nicely tucked away to the onside. A lot of work to be done by Abrams, who hurls it in. And the bowler gets in a rather awkward position and fails to dismantle the bails. 2 more added to the total. The score now 184 for 5 and the equation 39 required of 48. 37 required of 47. Pulled away towards deep square leg for a single. Brings the right-hander Patrick Kruger back on strike.
The game also starts to reach a very interesting stage now. 36 needed from 46. 30 fielders out on the fence on the leg side, 2 on the off side. Darts this one in a little bit more, but pushed down for the single. They won't be pushing any ones into twos now with Bueta hobbling the way that he has been. He's on 46. Kruger on 36.
Bueta, of course, receiving a bit of medical attention at the end of the previous over. As we see him back on strike now. Ndwandwa.
Bueta now flicks the wrist, pushes it into the offside, pushing for 2. He's going to have to move to get across to the strikers then, and they've done incredibly well between the 2 batters. There were big cries coming out from the crowd as soon as the ball left the bat that he's got to go for 2. And they managed to come back. Takes Bueta up to 48.
Kishile will dearly be hoping for one to go up in the air now.
It's been a brave innings thus far. It goes again. I don't know what he's gotten onto it, if anything, but no further damage to Kishile in his figures, his performance and match rating for the game.
Ndwandwa to finish out his over from the commentary box end.
Oh, bit of a trouble here and a mix-up in the middle. Buerta able to get back.
He looks in a real bit of discomfort in the middle.
I figured that stop and start wouldn't be doing him any favors either. It looked like he turned on that right leg again, or that left leg of his.
And of course, being the end of Ndwanda's 9th over, his figure is 0 for 40 after 9. Jesus, I think he's bowled a bit better than that.
Deserves to have taken a wicket. Came in quite early in that power play. Had to bowl with just 2 fielders out and really restricted what the Knights were doing with the bat while bowling to Gian Klutter and Jacques Snyman. Before it was after Snyman went on that impressive hitting spree of his against Abrams.
As we see Bayer Swanepoel with a change of ends to finish off his day with the ball. He will be coming from the Loch Logan end. He has 2 more to bowl. Do you think he'll bowl them both now? Or maybe you have to, with the equation as is.
All of that will depend on how the over that he's going to bowl now goes. He's currently in deep talks with Captain Rosier and senior player Ngwepe. And between the 3 of them, we'll look to try and devise some sort of plan. He's looked cool, calm and collected on the boundary row for most of the afternoon. And he'll know and understand that there's a job to be done here.
Do you fancy a bit of a wild card here? Maybe Vian Libber to have a bowl, maybe? 1 over? The spin has looked more difficult to get away. Maybe Rosier giving himself 1, rolling the arm over, maybe try and buy a wicket.
It would be an expensive purchase because it probably wouldn't come without its dangers and punishments. I mean, at this stage in the game, 1 ball disappearing to the ropes could be the end of it for the Warriors. It's one of the things that Swanepoel will hope to do here is to prevent the ball from hitting the ropes. He won't mind going for 6 runs or 6 singles in the over, but it's the boundary that they'll be looking to prevent, and it looks like Pat Buerta was trying to find said boundary as he moves on to 49, unable to beat Vian Libber out at square leg.
I do feel Swanepoel would like to squeeze 1 or 2 dots here, maybe go for just 3 or 4 on the over rather than a runner ball. Just bring that equation a bit closer with the difference between bowls and runs required.
Looking to go was Kruger. He's hit it hard. He really has hit it hard, but he's managed to